Good morning, friends. We are back. We are here. We are ready to play, I think. Am I on the wrong? No. There we go. Weird. They said I was on the wrong scene, but I wasn't on the wrong scene. Anyway, here we are. We're back. We're here. Wanted to say hello before we jumped into the Discord. Hope everyone's doing well. I don't know how long the session is going to be. It really depends on the players, as always, but could be a shorter one. But should be good to go. So we will wrap up this chapter. Next week, we'll be taking a break since I need time to prep. So I'll be streaming, but it'll be D&D prep. So I'll try to do my best to make that clear. I mean, I'll just change the title, right? It'll essentially be what we did a couple weeks ago with the Tyranny of Dragons. I'll essentially be doing that route. So we'll figure that out. But yeah, it'll be prep for the following week with the players. So you guys get to see some behind the scenes D&D stuff or like DM stuff. And then we'll be starting the new chapter 2 weeks from now. So we're going to be down a player, I think. Laura is probably not going to be with us today. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah. We will join the voice call now, switch on over, and get it going, I think. Once I get everything fixed, I think we're good. I don't think there's anything too crazy. But yeah, okay. I'm trying to figure out this whole new monitor setup still. It's a little bit weird for me, but I think we've got it. All right, let us join the voice call for Discord. Hello.
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 I'd just like to say, Daniel, are you there?
He was here. He had to step away for a moment.
Oh, all right. I'll wait then. I was
Okay.
going to thank him for providing me the only actual useful answer to the question in Discord, whereas you and Brian were just like, yeah, whatever, I'm here. Like, thank you. Thank you for providing a non-answer. It's very kind of you.
You know, I think that means I'm ready to play like right here, right now. But I thought the meme was good.
I think we're always here. I think I'm always ready, but that's not the point.
Okay, I'll do better at a real answer. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I forgive you.
Thank you. That means the world.
Just don't let it happen again.
No promises.
No. I'm glad Bernadette got back early. Makes things easier.
Now we're only missing one person today.
Yep. It's all right. We'll figure it out. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Brian, did you send me a DM this morning?
I did.
And then did you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got the notification and I got like the first few words, then I opened it and it was already gone. And I was like, that's weird. I didn't know if it was my phone being weird but then I just checked Discord. It's not there either. So I was like, you must have.
So, funny story.
Okay.
I went to sleep at 3 a.m.
Uh-huh.
And I woke up at 5 a.m.
Okay. It's good.
And I look outside my window and I'm thinking, oh shit, it's 5 p.m. on a Wednesday.
You slept.
Oh, man.
Nice.
And I was freaking out. Oh shit, I missed the session. And I messaged you. And I wasn't wearing my glasses. And I looked at when I sent you the message and it said 5:26 a.m.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, oh, fuck.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
Been there.
I'm glad you could make it. It's like when you wake up and you're 30 years old and you think you're late for school, like you missed the
Yeah.
bus, and you're like, all right, no, I haven't taken a bus in 20 years.
Yes.
So that was my morning. So
Got it. Well, that makes a little bit more sense.
yeah.
Well, welcome. You didn't miss the bus. Bernadette, how are you? How's Bella?
She's good. She has like a bump, so we want to check that out. We gotta wait for
Sure.
the test. Yeah.
What kind of dog is she?
She's a Chiweenie.
Oh, okay. So a little dog.
Yeah, half Chihuahua, half Dachshund.
Yeah. Yeah, I know those I know older dogs a lot of times look at those like fatty tumors. They're just like pockets of fat that are weird.
Yeah.
It's always like
Dachshunds get them pretty frequently
yeah.
too.
It's always nerve-wracking because you're like, what is that? That spot shouldn't be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She just her birthday passed too, so and then it suddenly appeared one day, and we were like, "That's new."
I'm glad you're getting her checked out and hopefully everything. How long until the tests come back?
I'm not sure. I can ask my sister. Right. Hold on.
It's no rush. I mean, I care. I just mean you don't have to get up from your desk. Okay, she's already gone. Never mind.
Yeah. She probably wants to know too.
I didn't want her to feel obligated to,
Find out now.
Okay.
Well, my sister's right here. I might as well
Oh.
ask. In 5 days.
Makes sense.
In 5 days, they want
Okay.
to check what to yeah.
That's
if
not
it
bad.
is. Yeah.
Well, good. Welcome back, Daniel.
Thank you. Hello, Jonathan, Bernadette.
Hello.
See?
I think we're ready. I don't think we're waiting on anybody else, since Laura probably won't make it. She said she might be on her phone, but that's, nothing to rely on. But I mentioned this last week, so really just a recap of that. But obviously this session will last as long as it needs to. I really don't know. It really depends how fast you guys move and what all you're looking for and what all you want to do. How long you want to spend here, right? So we'll figure that out. As soon as the session is over, essentially, we'll be done with this chapter, ideally. If we're going over 4 hours today, then anything else that needs to be wrapped up can be wrapped up probably in a narrative rather than actual like role play and rolling dice. But other than that, we should be good to go, which means that next week, as long as everything goes to plan today, next week we will not be playing. I will be prepping everything. So I'll be spending that time doing that. You guys, if you want to spend the time, I can I'll hang out in the Discord for the 4 hours or so that I'm on. So if you have any questions about your character, or anything you'd like to do, or if you'd like to clear up something with your backstory, if Kyle would like to, or if Brian would like to remind me for the millionth time that he has a letter that he's waiting for, that'd be fine too. Eventually I'll remember and write a reply. Or rather,
I thought we said the letter never came.
yeah,
through.
I know I was making more of a joke. I've written parts of it. Like I kind of know of a response,
It was a
but
joke.
Damn.
yeah, you don't think I'm that unprepared, right? I can't wing a letter. I can wing a lot of things. I can make up a lot of things on the spot, but I don't think I can just make up a letter. Maybe. I don't know. I've never tried. But anyway, yeah. So little things like that. Anything you want done, you can drop in and let me know, and I'll work it into the narrative as you go. I think I've gotten responses from everyone now as far as like side quests and stuff. I still need to solidify that. There was. We'll continue on going forward, but if you start getting like little hints, if I'm like dropping little hints at you like about random stuff in the game, that's probably either a cue for you to start asking questions, or it's a cue to know that something probably individual for you is coming up. Little things like that, but so far so good. Not a big deal. If you miss a plot hook we can blame it on me, rather than on you. I'll just, like, you know, when you're at like the teacher when they're reviewing material and they do like the foot stomp thing, like this is going to be on the test, that kind of thing. We'll blame me. I think that's it though. Are there any questions about that? Any scheduling conflicts coming up that I should know about? I should mention that this next module is probably, I know I said it was going to be short, like this module was going to be short, and I think 7 episodes for us is pretty short considering how long some things take. But the next module, I'm not kidding, I think it can be done in like 1 or 2 sessions. So
Even for us.
it is very quick. Like it was like this one, in the sense that, to be fair to us, 2 whole sessions of this module were like combat, right? So you had the one session where you fought Saith and the Leslies, and then you had one session where you fought the Hags and the Critters. So like there were only 5 sessions of exposition, storytelling, role playing, and dice rolling. The rest was all like combat, right? 2 sessions. So 2/7 of the whole thing were combat. The next one, honestly, it can move so fast. I have no idea what's going to happen. There's not really a lot of exposition. It just like gets into it extremely quickly. The premise is very basic, and the whole chapter is like, I don't know, 10 pages, which is extremely short. So,
You know, you say that now.
I know. I always say that. I always do. But I think so. Price of Beauty was 16 pages essentially from start to finish, right? It started on page 75 and it ended on page 90. So, you know, 16 pages. Book of Cylinders, which is the next chapter, starts on page 91 and ends on page 99. So it's, again, it's very possible. I mean, we're cutting out 5 whole chapters. So it's, or 5 whole pages, not chapters, but, so yeah, I was a little worried. I was like, you know, I didn't really feel like you did it enough, I guess I should say, as character, not as players. You guys are great, but I don't think your characters did enough to like justify a full level up because you just leveled up before this one. But seeing how short the next one is, I feel okay waiting until the end of that one. So you guys should be fine. You guys will level up at the end of probably Book of Cylinders and we'll move forward with that. So
Cool.
you guys are level 6 now, correct? I know I keep asking that, but
Beliefs.
It's
Yes, we are.
it's important for me. Okay. Then yeah, you all should be perfectly fine there. But yeah, so if there's any scheduling conflicts within the next few weeks, just know that you're probably going to miss half of the adventure. I mean, I'm not stopping you. You do your thing. Life happens, but I just want everyone to kind of be aware of that. Yeah, and then after that, they start getting bigger. They start getting a little bit more intense. I say that. The next one is okay. The one after that is somewhat short. And then they start getting a little crazy because now you're getting into like upper level stuff. I think so. Price of Beauty and Book of Cylinders is both for level 6. Sarah of Yellow Crest, which will be the next one, is 7th. And then it just goes 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, like down the list essentially, with the last chapter being for 16th level. So by the time we finish this, we should be about 17th level as adventurers, which is pretty close to end game stuff.
Nice.
But you know, that for as slow as some of this takes us, I mean, when did we start? When did this thing start? I pinned the opening comment. So let's see. The very first session.
I know it was a September.
You know, I didn't pin the first comment. That's weird. The first comment that Kyle pinned, or that Brian pinned, was October 10th of 2022. And I think you're right, Brian. I think it was sometime in September when we actually started playing. So, I mean, we're pushing 2 whole years now, and we're maybe at the halfway point. So, I mean, this could go on for a very long time. But that's how things go. So. Yeah, we got some things. So don't feel like, again, if everyone's getting bored or wants to change things up, like, I get it. Let me know. We'll figure some things out. but this whole thing is pretty long. So we still got a ways. I am going to try to find a way. I think I mentioned this last time. I'm a little concerned. Concerned is a strong word. I'm a little worried about how long combat is taking. I mean, that whole combat session lasted maybe like 6 rounds, and the last 2 were formalities because it was just you guys and like 2 other enemies. So it was like 4 full rounds of combat, and it was taking 30 minutes, 40 minutes per round, right? Like it was a long time. So I have some ways that I'm going to try to speed up combat, but we'll see how that goes. It's really just, I'm going to try to probably minimize the number, not minimize, I'm going to lessen the amount of creatures you all fight, but increase their overall strength. Let's see how that goes. The problem is that, like, each of you fulfill like a certain power fantasy, right? Like each character, each class is designed to do a couple of things really well, and then a couple of things not so well, right? So like for classes like the monk, or for classes like the barbarian, they really like the one-on-one combat. It's, you know, I punch you, you punch me, I try to dodge, you try to move, like things like that. You really just want one-on-one, hit things hard, hit things fast, and get out of there. For things like rogues and rangers, you guys really like the whole, if I hit something, I want it to die kind of thing. I want to roll damage. I want to hit big numbers. With things like the druid, it's my whole job is my magic. Like I want to control the battlefield. I need to find ways to manipulate the fight in our favor and against the enemy. For things like cleric, it's more like, okay, how can I be the shield? How can I be the person that's protecting my team? And so, and especially with spirit guardians, it's like, okay, well, how can my spirit guardians be effective, right? How can a spell that kind of defines my class, how can that have an effect? And so I need to provide enemies that are like chaff, right? I need to provide enemies that still make people like Kyle and people like Alaric feel strong because they're out there one-shotting things. I need to make characters that are challenging for one-on-one duels for people who like monks, and for our cleric who can stand there and take a few hits. I need the battlefields to be dynamic so that, you know, Eevee doesn't feel like, okay, well, everything's just flying over my stuff, or, you know, my Dust Devil isn't working the way it's supposed to, or things like that, right? So there's a lot of stuff that goes into designing combat, and I've been trying to do that one way, and I think it's just slowing things down. So if combat changes in the future, if you start seeing things that are different, just know that, you know, I'm working things out. If you like something, let me know. If you don't like something, let me know, and we'll figure it out together. But it's pretty much that. And then the very last thing I'll talk about before we actually move on and we start the summary is that if any of you are following along, the new D&D content is coming out. So D&D 2024 is officially released, from my understanding. Like, they're already releasing the brand new core handbooks. They're releasing the new Dungeon Master's Guide. They're releasing the new Monster Manual. This game will not be using that for the foreseeable future. I don't personally feel like learning an entirely new rule set at this point. They have made some changes that are kind of small and minimal and don't really matter, but they've also made some changes that could possibly drastically affect things like the game. So for right now, we're just going to continue to use 5e rules. Hopefully the resources that I'm using and the website that I'm using won't change exponentially. We'll see how that goes, but yeah, we should be okay. If you were looking at that and you were curious, just know that that's how we're moving forward. We're just going to use the same old 5e rule set.
Okay.
I would like to point out that the new D&D 2024 is changing potions to be a bonus action now. So you're welcome, Wizards of the Coast. I've been doing that in my homebrew games for a decade, so no problem. No problem. Yeah, I think that's it. So are there any comments, questions about like the schedule going forward or the game or anything like that?
Can I have exploring arrows?
Exploring arrows?
Exploding.
Oh, exploding arrows. You know what? If you want to pay for them, you can have them.
Yay.
You'll just need to find someone that sells them. Is there even an exploding arrow?
No.
Oh, well,
D&D hates rangers.
I mean, there are quote unquote arcane arrows, which are part of probably a class, right?
Yeah, but you have to multi-class.
No, that's probably true. I mean, there are other arrows. There are spells that give arrows. I mean, there are things that we can figure out. Yeah, there are unbreakable arrows. That's cool. Okay, well, we'll figure that out.
Yep.
Just buy arrows that have magic imbued upon them. Yeah. Okay, so if that is all, then I guess we can start moving along. The last session was pretty much all combat. So 2 sessions ago, we left off on a cliffhanger. You guys had just lured, not lured. You've just lured the hags into the bathing pools, mouth or card, word's good. You guys had just brought them in there and trapped them successfully. So you fought them. There was a big battle. They summoned a bunch of creatures, but you guys made quick work of them, more or less. Spirit Guardians put in a lot of work. Emmy did her job of tanking. Her and Cyrena took a lot of the heat off of the rest of the party, which was good because it allowed the rest of you to kind of pick off enemies at a distance and control the battlefield as you needed to. And then towards the end of the fight, when things were, really at its peak with the hags and everything, you had Sylvari step in and use her gaze to affect a couple of the creatures. And so it turned quite a few of them to stone, and actually turned 2 of them entirely to stone. And then the Hellhound kind of gave up. So being a pet to Green Bones, or whatever her name is. Anyway, so fight was won. Cyrena, claimed that it was going to take some time to clean up her pool. It was full of debris and detritus and body parts, as she completely annihilated one of the hags. Sylvari mentioned, her primary concern was the rest of the guests, essentially trying to get them or make sure that they were safe and secured, and the fact that she wasn't really willing to leave the area just yet until the curse was broken, because you found out that killing the hags didn't just do it. Kyle did, in fact, search some of the bodies. 2 of them had been turned to stone, but the one that had been blasted out the window did contain a key that allowed you all access to the back tower, after Ilmar advised you that essentially all the doors were broken. The locks were completely busted, and the guests were locked in their rooms and couldn't leave. So you all went to the tower to do some more exploring and also try to find Glitter, who is the one that broke the locks and conceivably could fix them. And so upon entering the tower, you notice that the lower floor was pretty basic. There was a bedroom in the eastern side of the tower, and what took up most of the northwestern side of the tower was a large studio. It contained a large wooden chair that was inscribed with runes and other decorative inlays, and there was a very large chest on the northern side of the room. And unfortunately, from investigating the chair, you could tell, both Alaric and Evie could tell that the runes were magical, but couldn't necessarily tell what kind of magic they were made for, or what the runes might do themselves. And I don't think a roll was made on the chest just yet, because at the same time, Kyle and Adom decided to make their way up the stairs, and they ended up meeting Glitter, as well as a sickly looking dragonborn and an old weakly looking dwarf who didn't really speak much. Glitter allowed them into the room and kind of explained a little bit, or rather you explained to them what had happened. And the last thing that we left off with was the 4 pictures along the wall, one of which contained a brawny female golden scale dragonborn warrior engaged in a battle. One was a tall male tiefling with sparkling violet eyes wearing many fine jewels. One was of a youthful male shield dwarf dancing at a feast, and the last was a radiant female moon elf gazing upon her own reflections, or rather her own reflection. And that is where we ended the session there. So are there... Yes, Mom?
Oh, I was just kind of thinking out loud to myself. That's all.
No worries. So that is it. I think we're ready to pick up where we left off there. Any comments, questions, concerns about the wrap up and the summary?
No.
Perfect. Then we will go ahead and roll for our talking order like always.
Question, actually.
Oh,
sorry.
Yep. No, you're fine.
So when you described you described the paintings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it something just to describe the room, or?
It's a great question.
Was it something that, like, really got our attention?
I cannot reveal that information to you. I plead the fifth. I cannot tell you what your character should and shouldn't notice, I guess is probably the best way to say that. I definitely did describe the room to you, or at least describe the pictures. I will say, in general, if I describe 4 individual paintings on the walls, they may or may not be important.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They're important.
Maybe.
I have my own theory on what
To
they
the
are, but Evie's not up there yet, so she can't do it.
To the point, or to your point, when I described, or when you opened the door and I described the whole room, I'll go ahead and give you the brief description of the room as well. Piles of straw and moth-eaten blankets have been set up in this area as rough beds, and broken furniture and garbage is scattered around. In contrast to the squalor, 4 fine paintings hang along the curved outer wall. Each one is hauntingly beautiful, but also strangely unnerving to look upon.
Did everyone roll yet?
Nope, you can roll whenever you like. This is just for the talking order.
Okay.
Talking order.
Talking order.
Wow.
Wow.
Let's go. Natural 1.
Look at us go.
I'm going to switch the scene really quick so I can bring in all of you. Oh, of course. Of course. Okay.
Well, what?
We'll give Alark the one. When the scene changes, the clash changes, so it's not like I can even... I can't copy from one of the... It's fine. It's fine. Adam, what are we looking at? All right. Emmy, what are we looking at?
I think Emmy was looking at the chest, Evie.
Oh no, I meant like, what is your roll? What is your talking order roll? Sorry, I should have been more.
It's 2.
2. Well, that's only 1 better than Alark, who isn't here. So, Kyle, how are we looking?
1.
Okay. All right. Then by sheer simplicity, your Emmy is now a 3 because it doesn't matter. Evie.
I'm a 6.
Okay, getting the. Who's moving my map around? What are you guys doing? Oh, never mind. It's not my map. I think it's Clash, actually. Okay, and Daniel, you're back. Yep. What do we look? Yeah. What's our roll? It's got to be higher than a 6.
I rolled a 12.
That is by definition higher than a 6. So
Wait. 6, 1, 2. What the?
Yeah. Exactly.
What's going on?
All right. I'm gonna duplicate this a couple of times just so we know. Firstly, I guess the numbers don't technically matter. It's just gonna be Adam, Evie, Emmy, Kyle, Alaric is our talking order. Alaric for right now will be a help bot. So if somebody wants to do something, Alaric can help you do it, given that they're in the same room as you and that it makes sense for them to help you, right? Alaric's not a therapist. He can't help you with your child trauma, but he may be able to help you pick a lock. Perhaps. If he's in the mood.
I was gonna talk to Alaric about my bully that took my peanuts when I was younger.
You can talk to him about whatever you like. I'm just not sure he'll be much help. You know what I mean? Right? It's like you can talk to a brick wall, but it's not going to reply back to you.
Emmy will ask for a name and go beat him up for you.
Give me a name. Okay. Perfect. Then so you guys are split up. I'm not going to change the scene every time. If you guys have specific questions about an area, like, oh, I'm down here, help me, then I'm more than happy to describe it for you or show you. But just know that currently Kyle and Adam are on the second floor of this tower with Glitter, the Dragonborn, and the Dwarf. Alaric, Evie, and Emmy are downstairs. Emmy's kind of looking for gold because that's what she likes to do. Emmy and Alaric and Evie just got done investigating the chair, and you're more than welcome to continue investigating the bottom floor if you like. So with that said, I believe it's Adam up first. So you can ask, or defer, whatever you like to do. Ask, act, or defer.
I'm actually gonna have to defer. I gotta be right back again. So.
No worries. All right. Adam is deferring, which means we are down to Evie.
All right. Well, I was looking at the chair with Alaric, right?
Yes, correct. Yep. You guys are in that studio room downstairs.
Yeah.
It's not hard for me to do this.
Stuffed it up with the Arcana roll, I think.
Oh yeah, it was a terrible roll. So we'll do this one.
What the hell? Okay, there we go.
All right, yeah, I know I just said I wasn't going to change the scene all the time, but you and Emmy are both next, so it just kind of makes sense to do so.
Okay, and then he was doing the lock on the chest.
I think that was the assumed next step, but yeah, okay. No one had actually touched the chest yet. If you would like to, you and Alaric would like to take a look at it, you're more than welcome.
I definitely want Alaric to use his thieves' tools to get it unlocked.
Okay, perfect. Then let us see.
Can he just take his turn right now with me?
Yeah. Okay. We'll have Alaric. You go ahead, and I need to see what Alaric's. Need to pull up his character sheet. 1 second. I'll have you roll with advantage, and we'll just add Alaric's modifier as far as lockpicking tools go, or thieves' tools in this case.
Okay. Did you know there's an ad break happening soon?
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't I just let them run when we're playing D&D.
Okay, cool. Okay, so you said roll with advantage?
Yes, because you're technically helping him. How, I'm not sure, but I'm allowing it. So here we are.
So do I need to add a modifier to this?
Yeah, I was looking it up. You can just roll with advantage, and once I find it, I'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
I guess it's a 10 because they have a 10 inside of hand. That's disgusting.
So 24.
24. Yep.
Whee!
Great.
We'll just say that Evie turned into a tiny spider, and she kind of got in there to hold the little pieces of the lock in place for him.
Perfect. Love it.
I heard that, Emmy.
All right. So yeah, you guys successfully pick the lock. Yeah, inside the chest are materials that it appears the hags use for creating paintings of some kind. There are 3 blank canvases, as well as paints that seem to be infused with something. They don't look like your standard pigmented paints. They are definitely combined with something else. But at first glance, it's really hard to figure out what that is. The canvases, however, do look well made. They could be worth some money. However, everything here just seems pretty off to both you and Alaric who are looking over it. These are not normal materials.
So we found painting materials in this chest.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. So I'll take them. I want to suggest that we take them upstairs with us.
Sure. Before you do that, if you could give me, both you and Alaric will roll either a medicine or a perception check. I'll tell you now that Alaric has a 7 in perception.
I do as well.
Okay, then just go ahead and roll with advantage, and you can add your modifier to it.
Okay.
Emmy, you can roll too. Actually, you're right there. So either medicine. I don't know if I said wisdom before, but either medicine or perception, whatever is better for you.
Medicine.
Perfect. Yeah, you can roll 2 since you're standing next to the chest. Okay.
Alaric and I have a 27.
That's disgusting. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, both of you, after you go to pull the canvases out, Evie, Alaric hands one over to you. You both realize at about the same time that these canvases are actually, it's human skin. This is not a cloth canvas. This is the skin of some humanoid creature that has been stretched over a frame. It is thick and leathery, and it is quite disturbing, probably even to hold on to.
Evie immediately drops it and goes and throws up behind the giant throne.
Fair enough. I understand. Psychic damage. Emotional damage. Okay, so that's where you guys are at. Emmy, as they're pulling things out, you can certainly see all this stuff before. You may not notice at first what the canvases are made out of, but Evie and Alaric's reaction certainly cues you to the fact that something is off. That's one of the only episodes of Doctor Who that I've seen, Brian, and I always hated that. It was so terrible. Anyway, sorry, it's in the Discord. But I believe you are up next. So if you, whatever you would like to do, if you'd like to investigate further or take a look at things, completely up to you.
It's my turn, right?
I think it's Emmy's turn, right? And then you, and then technically Alaric, but
Yeah,
Emmy's above you.
Oh, okay.
I'm back. My bad.
Welcome
Go
back.
peek,
Thank you.
go peek over her shoulders. Be like, no gold in here, no money, just art supplies.
Yeah. Go ahead. You're a cleric, and I don't think you're proficient in Arcana or religion, are you?
Nope.
Yeah.
I got -1 and both.
All right. Perfect.
I'm not very smart, cleric.
That's all right. Is religion really intelligence? I guess it is, isn't it? Oh, it is.
It is.
How odd, I guess. Anyway, okay, so yeah, as you reach over, certainly looking for things more, I guess, valuable or more normal. You also get the sense of something in that chest is very repulsive to you. It's like it's just giving off an aura that is very disturbing. It's like you're smelling something gross. Maybe it's Evie's vomit behind the chair. Maybe it's the skin canvas that Alaric's currently trying to pick up, or maybe it's something else that's more nefarious in that chest, but you can't put your finger on it, but something definitely feels off.
Hmm.
I should notice that as you look, though, you don't notice anything more than has what been described to Evie and Alaric. So Alaric has now, well, Evie has pulled out one of the canvases and now dropped it. So there are 2 more blank canvases, presumably also made out of skin, and the paints are still in the chest itself.
Mm. I guess she'll look at the paints, maybe.
Sure. You definitely notice you just reaching for the paints, you can tell that whatever is making you uncomfortable, whatever's giving you the heebie-jeebies in this case, it definitely seems to be coming from these paints. But without the, without proficiencies in Arcana or religion, you're kind of just tapped out as far as what the general cause could be. I think honestly, Alaric might have. No, he doesn't have proficiency in Arcana. None of you have proficiency in Arcana, do you? And then he doesn't have religion either.
No.
I will let you go ahead and roll for this. We'll go ahead and use the +4 from Alaric, but I'm going to have you roll. It's going to be a flat roll, not with advantage. But the DC is probably going to be pretty high if we're trying to figure out what exactly is up with these paints. So go ahead and just roll a typical, in this case, religion. Okay, well, you rolled a 20. Fantastic. All right. When I said hard, okay. With you and Alaric, Alaric's already keyed in. He knows a little bit more about this Arcana situation after gathering, or after acquiring his circlet of intellect, or whatever it's called. He is, with your help, able to figure out and kind of narrow it down. The best guess that you guys have is this is probably infused with some kind of demonic creature's blood. It is mixed with some kind of creature, probably from Avernus. You couldn't necessarily tell what kind of creature that may be, but it's certainly something evil that this paint is mixed with.
Burn it.
We probably should burn it, but it could. I mean, what if it's related to like how to break the curses, though?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're right.
I
We
trust
could burn
you,
it. We could burn it
I'm not
after we
touching that
break
shit
the
again.
curse. We could burn it after the curse.
Okay. Bonfire.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Kyle, I believe it is up to you.
So, Glitter, buddy, you did such a good work on those doors that they're stuck in there. They're like freaking out. So we need to go back over there and release them, because we don't know what to do. Yeah.
You want me to go let him out?
Well, yeah. They can't be in there forever.
Who's gonna take care of him?
That's a good question. I do not know yet.
So we still don't have a plan, is what you're saying.
No, I did not say that. I just don't know
You
yet.
just didn't know the plan. So there is a plan. You just don't know what it is.
Yet.
Right. Sure. I'll go downstairs and I'll talk with, I don't know, Ilmar, I guess. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, there it is. We got it.
Glad we got there in the end.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else in this tower other than you guys?
Not that I know of. It should just be us two. The hags, they live upstairs, but you say you took care of them, so I'm guessing that part of the plan it worked out.
Yep, indeed it did.
Yeah. Well, I notice I'm still a little lizard, so maybe you should get working on that next.
I will, buddy, just for you.
Thank you. Should I take these two with me?
If they can help, yeah, sure.
They should be able to help. The dwarf over there can work the kitchens, I guess. Maybe keep the guests a little a little fed, and I don't know. She's weak, but she can move some things.
Yeah, there it is. Oh my God, Glitter, you're amazing.
Almost like I've been working here for months now.
I know.
Fine. We'll go take care of the doors and the guests. We'll be right back. And,
we'll handle that curse for you, buddy.
Glitter goes ahead and takes or waves his hand and nods, and the old dwarf kind of goes over and assists the weakened dragonborn. They kind of hand in hand, arm in arm kind of thing, supporting each other as they go through the door and make their way downstairs. And Alaric, Emmy, Evie, you guys notice that they go up the stairs as well, and don't really acknowledge you. They kind of just keep moving. Glitter holds the door open for the other two as they leave, and they depart and head in the direction of the temple. Anything else you'd like to do while you're up there on your turn, Kyle?
Just go back down and ask the other group if they found anything.
Okay, so you're heading back down the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'll just tell them that the layer is upstairs.
Oh, sure. Got it. Okay. Then you head back down. Adom, you are left alone in the room briefly. Kyle has just instructed, before they leave, I guess, I'll give you an option if you wanted to talk to any of them. That way you're not just left completely out. It's my fault, not yours, Kyle. You're good. Or Brian in this case. Is there anything, firstly, Adom, is there anything that you wanted to ask the party before they depart? So you've got Glitter still up there, you've got the weakened Dragonborn, and you've got the old dwarf. You can talk to them, have any kind of conversation before they decide to leave, and then we'll just retroactively make everything else happen.
I was going to ask them for any clues as to breaking, but I'm pretty sure we already did that, breaking the curse. So otherwise I was just going to inspect it.
Yeah.
What's the dwarf's name?
Actually,
Do we
Jonathan,
know
do you mind
that?
changing the page
Sure.
to the I was gonna ask you to do that before. I thought I was just lagging.
No. I'm trying to change it back and forth, but I if Kyle was moving downstairs, I was like, well, maybe you're going to move downstairs eventually too. But
I was gonna ask Gorba, but I don't remember if we asked last session.
Sure. No, you have not talked to anyone in here. Kyle, yeah, I think you had a brief conversation with Glitter, just letting them know that the hags have been killed. I mean, the door was locked, so, you knocked on the door and Glitter responded, essentially asking who it was, and you verified. And then there was a very brief exchange, but this is the most you've talked to them since. So, yeah. What I'm trying to figure out now is whether any of them actually know how they were cursed. I don't know if they do or not.
That's what I was gonna ask Gorba. If there's anything to say about the curse, breaking their own curse, or how they got cursed.
Yeah. So Gorba is a female dragonborn. They kind of explain briefly. She talks in a very feeble, way. You know, it's almost like she's constantly out of breath. Every word is kind of a pain to her. But you get the sense over the time that she was a mighty warrior. She was a slayer of people, and her entire life was essentially defined by her strength and her ability to overpower her enemies, essentially. And one fight or one battle that she was in, she was gravely injured and could no longer fight and kind of lost her sense of self. And so she came here as she'd heard that some have come to the temple and, been restored, been returned to their strength. So she came here and made a bargain with the sisters before she knew that they were hags. And when she finally realized it was too late, the bargain essentially had been struck. However, she tried to break the bargain, and she was essentially cursed with this form. So rather than being returned to full strength, her strength is nearly completely diminished. And now she has, the stat block of a commoner. She's no stronger than, well, she's even weaker than your average farmer or blacksmith would be. And because of her weakness, she hasn't been able to leave. And the hags have essentially been using her as, a cleaning lady and things like that, and constantly like mocking her. Especially the one vile Saza. Saza would torment her relentlessly. And Saza was the one that was taking the form of Azarissa, like this very strong sun elf. So yeah, she was essentially just rubbing it in her face every time Saza was in the Azarissa's form as that really strong person. She would do her best to essentially torment Gorba and make her feel even worse for it.
Okay.
You see Kyle tearing up. What a horrible story.
It is very sad.
Hello, Gorba. Just wanted to ask you a few questions. If that's okay with you?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I understand that you're currently not in full form, and we want to get you back to it. Any ideas as to what happened when you were getting cursed? In terms of like if it was a spell, if it was maybe.
She doesn't really know. A lot of she remembers coming here in her injured state and requesting, assistance. She remembers speaking with the sisters and them coming to some kind of agreement, although at this point she can't even remember what the agreement was. She thought she was just receiving, that the sisters were going to use their magic to cure her, to fix her, to bring her back to her original glory. However, she remembers waking up, and she remembers going into the studio below. And I'm going to use like modern terms to describe it. If any of you had like a surgery or you've been put under anesthesia, right? Like that falling asleep kind of stage. It was almost like this. A spell was placed over her to put her in what they claimed was a dreamless sleep. However, she has memories, or, what she thought was nightmares at the time. As the procedures were going on, she remembers briefly waking up, and rather than seeing the sisters, she could have sworn she saw 3 hags, fiddling over her. And she remembers seeing shadows and, dark beings dancing around the room and being, projected against the walls. It was almost as if like, the entire room was on fire at some points, but, the medicine or the spell took hold again and she fell back to sleep. And when she woke up, everything seemed to be normal. But and when she described this, when she explained this to the sisters, they claimed that it was just the nightmares, sometimes the procedure, And the procedure was hard. You know, she was gravely injured, and we fixed it. And in truth, she did feel much better. You know, after the surgery, but she doesn't remember, or I say surgery, but after the procedure, after the ritual, the whatever you want to call it. However, you know, she couldn't get that image out of her mind. And after doing some investigating, she realized that not everything here was as it seemed. And when she brought that to the sisters, that's when, you know, rather than being blessed, she was cursed, and she withered to this. So she's not really sure. She, like I said, she was unconscious during the procedure. She knows it was some kind of ritual. But if, you know, everything that she knows now, hags use extremely, like, you know, dark magics and things like that. They corrupt nature type magics. And so she's not familiar with that procedure. But Glitter confirms that, you know, that seems to be the case for everyone here. Everyone here that's been cursed kind of has similar stories, or they found out in different ways, but most of them don't remember the procedure as a whole, as they weren't technically awake for it.
Okay. Out of character, would
Sure.
things like dark magic be discovered in like books or scrolls, or is it just like learned spells?
A little bit of both. You know, I mean, I don't know what the technical definition would be, but I would say that most dark magic is just what I would consider dark magic would be magic that's been corrupted in some way, magic that's been bent or torn or altered in a way to achieve some, you know, nefarious or evil means versus maybe the original intent of the spell itself. So maybe something in this case like enhance ability would have been used to maybe give her some of her strength back, but in this case it was bent to be conditional, right? She would only have this enhanced strength as long as she did this, you know, drank this potion every day, or did this for the sisters. Hag magic is a little bit different. Demonic magic is a little bit different. It's like more innate than just potions and ingredients and focuses and things like that. It's more like they have innate magic built into them, and they're all about bargaining. So hags provide magics in exchange for something else. So I guess that's kind of what I mean by dark magic. It's usually like it's less beneficial to the user than it probably should. It comes at a deeper cost than it normally would or should, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
As far as where you would learn it, I mean, hags do have innate magic, but they can also teach magic to others. So it is about like communing with spirits. It's about communing with demons and devils and other entities that, again, aren't necessarily there for anyone's benefit. There are probably hag journals out there, but I would say most of hag magic would be taught over years, like to disciples or things like that. It would probably be more of an oral tradition than a written one.
Okay. Let me.
Does all of that make sense? Because I'm just making all this up. I don't know the actual answer, but that's the answer now. So if it doesn't make sense, let me know, and I can. We'll just.
The thing is, it does. I'm just trying to figure out how to go about this in terms of getting. What's it?
Yeah, no, I feel you.
To understand that we're trying to help her out in terms of.
I mean,
lifting the curse.
we got information, so the next step is just to go upstairs, see if we can find some notes on whatever experiments they
I
were
don't
doing.
remember. Is there a third floor to this tower?
There is a third floor, yeah. To be fair, Kyle and Adom don't know about what was found in the chest, and Evie, Emmy, and Alaric don't know about the paintings on the second floor. So you guys both have, like, as players, you know essentially all of it, but as characters, you don't have both pieces of the puzzle. So it's like little things like that. Say that again.
Share.
Yeah, exactly. So
Gotta meet in the middle and share our info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't have anything, or if your character's like, I don't really know how to put, you know, what this means. That's
I
not.
mean, the
That's not a
Tyler's just
problem.
gonna come downstairs and look in the room and see me like sobbing over a pile of fucking vomit, and Emmy's like, "What?"
Yeah. Kyle's already went downstairs, right?
Well, kind of. That was his plan, but to be honest, I skipped ahead the time schedule a little bit. So you and Kyle are still in the room. Kyle and Glitter are having a conversation over here about what the plan is. You're having a conversation, or did, with Gorba. And then the end result is, after you're done asking them questions, Glitter is going to take them back into the temple to go fix the doors and try to calm the guests down while you guys continue to explore the tower. So everyone is still on the second floor, but after your turn, Kyle will leave to go downstairs, and you can do whatever you like.
Then I'll ask Gorba just generally. So, hey, we took care of the hags. We're trying to break the curse right now. Is there anything you would be able to share in terms of just I know, Jonathan, you already told me, but
You're good.
from Gorba's perspective, just like, is there anything you'd be able to tell us?
Ask a specific question. I feel like I've given as much general knowledge as I have, or that maybe I'm willing to make up at this point. I'm happy to go over like the bits and bobs of it again, or like the individual bullet points. But if you have like a specific question that I can try to answer, that'd probably be easier in this case.
It's just because I didn't speak to Gorba with this. Like, DM told me, not Gorba. I don't really need to ask him.
Oh, yeah. No, I kind of explained the whole situation. To answer that, the information about the hags that I gave you and about dark magic, that, yeah, came from me. Gorba wouldn't know that. The backstory that I gave you about her being a warrior and being weakened, and the procedure and all that stuff about the hags, that was from Gorba. So your character would know that. I can't do an old lady dragonborn voice, and I don't really feel like trying right now. So I'm sorry, that was my fault. I probably should have been more clear about.
I thought that was all you.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry about that.
Okay, then I'll just. Okay, you know what? Here. So we're currently on our way to try and lift the curses, and we're gonna see if there's a way to try to get you restored back to full strength.
She definitely appreciates the sentiment. She's almost like, she acts very grandmotherly. If you've ever met like a very old kind of feeble person, she kind of like reaches up and, you know, pats you on the cheek a little bit, as like, you know, as old people are wont to do. And she just kind of nods to herself. But yeah.
Yeah, that's from soldier to soldier.
She you can see when you mention soldier, she gets a gleam in her eye, but it's quickly replaced back with, you know, a kind of a vague, clouded vision.
Other character, we haven't heard the dwarf's name, right?
Correct. Nobody seems to know his name. Glitter, I believe Glitter has spoken about him before. He's pretty out of it. He's a relatively new arrival, and whatever magic the hags placed on him, or whatever curse they placed on him, seems to have addled his mind quite a bit. He doesn't really speak. He doesn't always acknowledge when he's spoken to. And he can listen to direct commands. When the hags or when Saith told him to do something, he would do it, but he's essentially just like in his own dream world.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess there's no need to even do like a perception check on him or something. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can do what you like. You're more than welcome to check him over in whatever way you like, but that's the general information that you've gotten from Glitter at this point.
Now I'll just give like a nod to him, and I guess head back towards where Kyle's trying to go through.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that's it for me.
Perfect. Then I'm going to take these three, and I guess you guys can all go down the stairs together if you're all planning on leaving. So these two I will hide for now. We can go ahead and change. Oh, yes, Kyle?
How many total paintings there are here?
4 paintings.
Okay.
Is it the on the outside walls? The 4 on the sides?
Correct. Yep, they were along, essentially on this wall over here. And in order, it was the dwarf, the dragonborn, the tiefling, and the elf. If that matters to you at all.
Dwarf, dragonborn, tiefling, the elf. Okay.
Let's see. What can I do? Oh, I put you in the wrong place. Oh no. Oh no.
Explosions.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I think you guys are all kind of back where you are. It is daytime. I've got some tokens that I'm trying to get rid of. Now that we're in this position here. I don't even know what that is. Is that another glitter token? It is. Okay. I believe it is Mel's turn, but she's gone. So we're going to skip over Mel for a moment and go to Emmy. So Emmy, you've just seen that Adam and Kyle have come downstairs leading the 3 other employees. You recognize Glitter, but don't recognize the other 2. However, Glitter leads them out the front door and towards the temple area as Kyle and Adam joins you in the room that you are in. So whatever you would like to do, you are more than welcome to do it.
I wanted to do something. It's too late though.
Yeah, in this case it is.
I was gonna grab blankets and try and be a ghost to see if I could throw them.
Okay. It is
just be a little silly goof.
just a silly goose. It's a little silly goose. Yeah. Fortunately, in this case, it is.
Does this mean they saw Evie crying with Puke and Emmy holding the cursed paint supplies confused?
Yeah, as they walk in, you guys are still investigating. Emmy is behind the throne, throwing up. Alaric and Emmy are investigating the rest of the chest. Emmy has one of the jars of paint in their in her hand. And they're, essentially investigating it. Kyle, Adam, to you, it really just looks like they're chilling next to some, like a canvas on the floor and holding some paints. But what appearances are deceiving because everything else about their posture and their reactions to those things seem to be very misplaced. But I mean, it is still your turn.
And she's gonna tell it's just Kyle in the room, right?
Adam has followed.
Okay. So she's gonna explain to them what happened. She doesn't know that what the canvas is made out of though, right?
You all do. Yes, everyone downstairs now knows. I assume you guys were sharing information as it was becoming known to you. So yeah, you know of everything. You know that the canvases are made out of human skin, or at least humanoid skin, and you also know that the paints are combined with some kind of demonic ichor, some kind of blood, some kind of fluids of demonic nature, but you can't really narrow down what.
Uh-oh.
So she'll tell them that.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Just share the yeah. Okay, cool. Sounds great.
Can I see? I'll just look.
What's with the... Is that vomit?
Where?
Oh,
You can
Evie threw up.
you can still hear Evie in the background. Yeah, so as you approach closer and Kyle and Adam ask some questions, yeah, Emmy explains, and you can certainly see. Kyle, as you pick up the paint, you also feel something something gross about it. It's hard. You you can't really tell anything different about it. It looks like regular old paint to you, but it just feels gross. It feels like you're holding something disgusting.
Kyle is like ready to throw up, but he's holding it in.
That's fair. Amy, is there anything you wanted to do with as an action, or you just want to share the information with your party?
Kind of want to sniff the paint, but I don't want her to.
Sniff the paint. It's up to you.
She
You
has that weird
can
face.
do whatever you want.
Like, why are you like this, girl? Okay, she's gonna sniff it.
Yeah, so you take one of the other jars out of the case. There's quite a few, various primary colors and the like. There's a good, rainbow of colors, so to speak. Actually, let's see if there's an actual number that I can get you. I already told you there are 3 canvases. It just says paints infused with ichor, with some kind of demonic ichor. So we'll just call it a series of paints. But yeah, you open one up and you smell it. Go ahead and give me either a religion or an arcana check. I'll let you do whatever you like.
Both are -1.
Oh damn.
Well, good luck.
And
18.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, the smell actually seems familiar to you, which is kind of odd. I'm going to have you roll 2 more things. One of these things will go ahead and I'm going to ask you to roll a history check. It'll be a pretty easy pass, easy save, or easy DC since you passed the first one. And then the
She
second...
also has the next one.
Okay, well, the second one is going to be a Constitution saving throw. So roll the history check first.
can I help her with the history?
No, not in this case.
Okay.
I mean, Emmy's rolling great today. So, Emmy, this is really you start to smell it, and like I said, you really couldn't identify what kind of demon or what kind of creature this paint could have been infused with. You and Alaric were sure that it was infused with something, and just the general feeling of it. But when you take a whiff of it, the first thing you experience is, a paint smell. Don't think of paints as you do today. It doesn't have like that synthetic kind of, chemically smell. It's more natural, more, pigments. They were made out of, various things back then. So the first thing you get is this like earthy, pigmented smell that you associate with paint. And the second thing hits you is this familiar smell, and it reminds you of Saith, actually. It's almost like this musky, kind of tantalizing aroma. And you more or less identify that these paints were most likely infused with Cambion blood. So Saith was, not only an assistant to the hags, but potentially integral in this whole process, at least for the time being. And while you're not entirely sure what kind of agreement Saith had with the hags as a Cambion, this was clearly part of it, because you've now narrowed down that this paint is infused with Cambion blood. And the second thing, or the third thing I need you to do is roll me a Constitution saving throw.
I wish Laura was here just so I could say it smells like your body.
Does this smell like Saith to you?
Does this smell familiar to you?
Smell my finger.
Oh, nah.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you get that hint of Saith, so to speak, the essence of Saith, you feel this like psychic backlash as you almost feel, I don't know, it's almost like you feel a connection forming already. It's as if you're almost losing control of yourself, you can sense yourself going out of focus, as if you're like waiting for a command to be given to you. And in order to break it, I'm going to need you to take 1d4 psychic damage. So go ahead and roll a d4 for me. Okay, you're going to take 3. That's weird. Look at that dice crooked like that.
Yeah. That
Even
was weird.
digital dice get cocked like that. That's crazy. Okay, so you're going to take 3 psychic damage from this as you recoil out of it. You break away, but it does take you a moment, and it is somewhat painful. So 3 psychic damage later, you now have identified the paint. Exactly what it is. Every single thing that you look at seems to be the same kind of situation. I'm just gonna give you a number. We're gonna say that there are 5 little jars of paint in there. Red, blue, green, yellow. I don't know. Pick another color. It doesn't matter. And all of them seem to be infused with the same Cambion blood. If you want to continue to open them and smell them and take 1d4 psychic damage for each 5, then that'd be my guess. But we'll say that
No more sniffing paint.
we'll say that Emmy is smart enough to recognize that.
Yeah. She can only assume that it's all mixed with Seth's blood.
Yeah. All right, love it.
Also, she'll say, ow.
Ow. Ow. Perfect. Emmy's turn is probably going to be good there. I gave you quite a bit of information. Evie, we skipped you, but is there anything that you would like to do other than continue to vomit?
Wipe my face off and sniffle and say, "Hey guys."
Yeah, fix the makeup a little bit.
Yeah.
Perfect. Any rolls you'd like to make? Or Emmy, you did over here. As you were getting sick and cleaning yourself up, you were here. Adam and Kyle stepped in. Emmy kind of shared with them the status of the canvases and the paint, and then you saw what happened with Emmy. So Kyle and Adam are at least caught up on their side of things.
So what did you guys find upstairs?
A kitchen and some stuff. There were some paintings. We found glitter. He's over there fixing the doors. See, he told us the CAG's layer is upstairs, and there's probably a surgery room downstairs.
You're in the
Yeah.
room.
Oh,
Yeah, I just
we're
wanted.
in
Sorry.
the room.
Yep.
Oh,
That,
this is the surgery room.
yeah.
Never mind.
I call it a surgery. I was comparing things to like modern day, like being put under anesthesia, things like that. Like being put to sleep before you undergo surgery. But this studio seems to be where things took place.
The knockout room.
Yeah.
Can Emmy say that explains the creepy ass chair?
Yeah. The ritual room. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Emmy is correct.
Okay.
It's now a little less magical because or is it more magical because it covered in fairy vomit? I don't know. Would that make it more or less magical?
I'm gonna say more.
Okay. I like it.
In theory, more.
Yeah.
There's glitter
Like,
on it.
Now,
Sparkles.
instead of just like kind of glowing, it has like glitter.
Why is it pink and glittery?
You all right? Easy.
Not really.
Uh-oh.
Should I heal you?
I mean, a hug will do. I don't think I need a spell at this moment.
Emotional healing.
Come here.
Yeah.
Come. Emmy opens her arm. Come here.
All right.
Come here.
He's just gonna fly straight into Emmy's arms and
Hug.
nuzzle in.
Hugs
Big
fix
bear
everything.
Yes. It was so gross.
It's okay.
It
You're
is
safe
gross.
now.
I love my Dommy mommy.
I love you too.
Ew. Evie's gonna cry a little bit harder
A
now.
little bit more crying. It cries tears of joy instead of
Yes,
tears of disgust.
exactly.
Okay, yeah, so everyone, well, So Kyle and Adom are filled in on the downstairs stuff. You got the human skin canvases and the demon paint. Kyle is kind of filled in. You got the kitchen on the second floor, and the bedroom with the paintings on in one room, and then there's potentially another third floor up above, where the hags would stay. So I think, Kyle, is there anything that you wanted to do with your action other than talking, or are you good to wrap around?
I'll just ask him. Should we blow up the tower?
Just blow it up.
I would love that.
I mean, if we can't find anything to break the curse, we just might as well blow up the tower and see if it works.
So
When in
whenever
doubt,
they told me
D4.
about the upstairs, they just talked about their conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you guys want to relay is perfectly fine. So I imagine, I guess the better way to say is Kyle or Adom, is there anything that you wanted to hold back, I guess? Otherwise, everything's just kind of fair game.
Probably just, I don't have anything
think
to
so.
hold.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't lie to you guys. Why would I?
That'd be
Then
Yeah.
I would like to tearfully from Emmy's arms suggest that we go look upstairs at the paintings that you guys totally told us about.
Yep.
Totally.
Art.
Okay. So, last call. Is there anything that anybody wants to, I mean, it's not, I say last call, but before we go upstairs, to the second floor, is there anything that anyone else wants to do specifically before we move the group to the next floor? Anything?
Is the chair attached to the floor?
It does appear to be magically, yes, attached, sealed to the floor.
Oh, okay.
Did we inspect the this room, bedroom?
No one has really gone in and done a search of the room. Kyle did go in and just saw that it was more or less a bedroom. There was a dresser, there was a cabinet, there was a bed and a table, and a wardrobe, but nothing was really searched. It was more or less just like, okay, this place exists.
I'm gonna go search it.
Okay, perfect. So, is anybody else want to do anything else? Anybody want to assist Adom? I mean, Alara can help with that, I suppose. Also,
I
are
wanted
you?
to flip the chair, but it's touched to the floor?
Yeah.
Isn't it covered in vomit too?
Probably the
and
back
that
part,
too.
the back leg or so. It's permanently sparkly. Okay, cool. Then Alaric and Adom, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Would this be? Do I just roll one with advantage?
Yeah. You're fine. I think Alaric has a +7 in perception, so if you want to use Alaric's over yours, it's up to you. I don't care.
Damn, definitely.
Yeah. Rogues are good at a couple of things, and they're really good at them. Okay. 19. Yeah, so you go ahead and take a look. Kyle's suggestion or Kyle's description is pretty apt. It's a pretty luxurious room. The bed is covered in these rich silk purple sheets. The wardrobe and the dresser look very pristine and clean. You notice that there are across the dresser here there are some clothes that are scattered across, but the wardrobe itself seems to be latched at first until you step over there, Adom, and you notice that it's like it's got a hidden latch on it. It's not really supposed to be secure. It's something that you have to break, but it's not as easy as just like pulling the wardrobe door open. You have to actually like lift one of the handles up, almost like a hidden lock. And when you do, you notice that inside the wardrobe itself is a full suit of scale mail. And it seems to be customized because in the back where you would normally see a full metal plate to cover the wearer's rear, it seems to be carved out at the bottom for potentially someone with a tail. And then hanging from another hook on the sides is a pair of sheaths with two ornately scribed short swords, and they are scribed with infernal glyphs upon them. And you can't read. I don't think either of you can read infernal.
I can.
Emmy can? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if
I
Emmy wants to read it, one of them says, I don't know. One of them says ruin, and the other one says revenge, ruin and
Ooh.
revenge, inscribed on them. But other than that, they don't seem. None of it seems to be innately magical. They're incredibly well made, but it's just a suit of scale mail and two short swords that seem to be, equally for show and for fighting.
Oh. Well, I can't read Infernal. Let's go back to. I'm gonna bring this back, or I'll just relay it back to Emmy, see if she knows anything about this.
Sure. Scale mail is medium armor. It's AC 14 plus dex with a max of 2. And wearer has disadvantage on stealth checks. I don't know if that's better for anybody. If not, Adam, you can just shove it in your inventory for now.
Yeah.
And then the two short swords are just regular old short swords. So finesse, light, 1d6 piercing. But make sure you label them differently as than just regular short swords because of the the infernal glyphs. They're probably worth more, and because the scale mail is customized, it's probably worth more than you would generally get for it.
Yeah, I was actually writing Inferno Glyph, 2 Inferno Glyph short swords, and then 1 custom scale mail.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, I guess while Alaric is still inspecting, I'm gonna go back and tell for the glyphs.
Damn it, get out of the blinds. God damn it.
Hey, Emmy, can you read this? I found some custom scale mail and some short swords with infernal writing on it.
Cool. Let me see.
Oh, I'm lagging. There we go.
Yeah. So Emmy can successfully read the runes. They seem to be just inscribed with the name of the blades. As I mentioned before, one of them is inscribed with the word revenge, and the other is inscribed with the word or the infernal word for ruin. So revenge and ruin.
These are interesting blades. This one says ruin, and the other one says revenge.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, it's really cool.
well, do you need them? I don't.
Well, I got my trusty warhammer.
Evie, Kyle.
I've got my scimitar.
I got my short sword.
And then I'll just hold on to it in case Alaric would want it.
Are they magical in a sense?
Doesn't feel like it. Just has the writing on it.
Oh, okay.
Can I check if they're magical? Let's see.
Yeah, you know what? I think it'd be cool if they were magical. They're not supposed to be, but whatever. I think it's neat. So I'll say that they are. You can't tell exactly what they do immediately. If you had the identify spell, I don't think you do you, Emmy? Actually, don't know.
See. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think the only ones that can learn identify are artificers, bards, and wizards. So in order to determine any innate magic from these weapons, it would require an hour spent with each of them, and then an hour to attune to them if you so chose. But it would take essentially an hour with each weapon to determine what is magical about it. Same thing with the scale mail. We'll say that too for funsies.
Cool.
Well, we could do that later. Let's figure
Yep.
out this stupid curse.
Stupid curse.
Stupid curse.
Stupid curse. All right. So any objections to moving upstairs one last time? Going once,
Nope.
going twice, moved. Okay, so we are now, whole party currently upstairs. These guys can go away entirely. We can go ahead and do... why does Adon look bigger than Kyle? It's probably the token. I think it's just the border.
Just smaller.
It's probably the border.
Yeah, I think it is.
Tokens look.
We got Alaric, we got Evie, we got Emmy. You guys have all come up the stairs to confirm what Kyle and Adom have already explained. Well, now Kyle's super small.
I did that.
I figured. But yeah, you're all on the second floor. And again, you know, as you enter the kitchen, you know, a dank scent fills the air. It just smells like a well-used kitchen. 3 tables still stand in the room, one of which covered in various vegetables and strange-looking cuts of meat. The wood stove appears to be burning against the wall, and the broken statue in this far corner is innate and laying motionless on the floor. However, as I mentioned with Kyle and Adon before, the first time, Alaric, Evie, and Emmy, you notice that the head is still intact, and it seems to have been carved into this, like, unnatural, open-mouthed smile. It seems to be happy, but not happy about it. And then, yeah, as you enter the bedroom, the same kind of thing. So you can see the beds here are made out of piles of straw. There are moth-eaten, wholly torn blankets with, you know, same thing, straw-stuffed pillows, broken furniture. None of this really works. It looks like they've tried to be hobbled together in the corners. But however, in contrast to the squalor of the room, the 3 of you lay eyes for the first time on the 4, you know, very well done or nice looking paintings. Each one extremely beautiful, hauntingly beautiful, but also strangely unnerving to look upon, especially now that you have an idea of what they were made out of. And then the same description as before. Shield dwarf, gold dragonborn, tall male tiefling, moon elf, female moon elf.
So I think it's safe to assume that these paintings are the source of the curse on everybody.
Wait, really?
What?
Because, like, but they're just paintings. What?
What?
So
Adam starts
we
like
need to
staring
figure
into
out,
space, thinking.
like, can we just simply burn them? Is there like a book somewhere that belonged to the hags that we need to like find and read? Like, is there a special way, like magically, that we need to use on the paintings to break the curses?
Each of you, you know, you've all been investigating. You've all got an idea, I suppose. Go ahead and everyone roll me an Arcana check. One of you can roll with advantage. I believe it's Adom that has, or not Adom, excuse me, Alaric has a +4. So if somebody would like to roll, whoever wants to roll with advantage and use Alaric's modifier is more than welcome to do that.
Oh,
I can go ahead and roll with the advantage with his modifier.
Okay. Kyle with a 19.
remove curse. Anyone
12.
has
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Kyle, you're kind of taken aback by Evie's, you know, first assumption. Evie, you know, tries to make a connection between these. To you, they just, you know, they look like beautiful paintings. But you take a look and you start putting things together. Obviously, you take a look at each painting individually, and you can tell that they were made on the same human skin canvases, which clearly isn't normal. You can tell that the paintings are vibrant and beautiful. The pigment of the paint is incredible, but in certain parts of light, you know, when you look at the painting in the shadow versus in the light, you can really see you can almost see the pain in the faces of the people that the paintings are made out of, rather than looking, you know, looking strong and determined or jovial or happy or beautiful. They look weakened or sad or depressed or not all there. And you know, it's almost like if you've seen those cool little, what are they called? Is it a lithograph? Is it the one where, like, if you look at it at different angles, it shows a different picture? Do you know what those are called?
Yeah, that's right.
Is it a lithograph? Look at me knowing fancy words. It's a big word for Elmo. Anyway, yeah. So it kind of looks like that as you get it in and out of the shadow, and you can definitely tell that there is something. Something demonic, something, you know, magical and demonic about these paintings. Whether they truly hold the curse or not, maybe none of you, you know, you can assume, but maybe you can't confirm in this case. However, there is definitely something odd about them and unnatural, and you know, it's not. It's not something that should probably exist in general.
Okay.
What did you roll? You rolled an Arcana check too. It tells me that I should give you this information, but it says it should be a different check. I'm debating why I would ever give you this information. I'm gonna give it to you because, whatever. It says that using what you've learned so far, knowing that the paint themselves has been infused with demonic blood, that in this case of a Cambion. With Emmy's help, with all of your help, and kind of knowing the history of Cambions and wars in Avernus, and you know, relationships between demons and certain other creatures, you could probably tell that these paintings could be immediately destroyed if you had the blood of a Celestial to counteract them. So think of the blood of Celestial in this case to be some kind of like magical paint remover. So as you know, the demon blood was used to create the paint and to create the image, celestial blood would wash the curse away, so to speak. But where you would get celestial blood, I have no idea. I don't, like I said, I don't know why it's here. Where you would
That's
get,
weird.
yeah, where you would get that, I'm not sure, but sure. Now you know it. So
Well, we need celestial blood. Let's go to heaven and kill some angels.
yeah, just
Amy, pray to your God.
we can't bless the we can't relieve the curse. We got to go to heaven. We'll be back. It's just a short hop. It's just a short hop, skip, and a jump. Don't worry about that. We'll be back in a jiffy.
Look at it here.
Well, let's see what they have on the third floor under there to see if they probably have celestial blood in there, but I doubt it.
I want to be clear. I don't want to lead you off guard by saying this. It's not the only way you can destroy the painting. It's just a guaranteed way to destroy the painting, if that makes sense. Like, these paintings can be, you know, they're not invincible. The extra bit of information you had, you know, celestial blood would obviously counteract the demonic,
Yeah,
you know,
'cause
power.
it can't
So-
be as easy as
yeah.
just catching on fire, because then, you know, it's literally in those people's quarters. Like, they could have destroyed it at any point. There's got to be something special. That's just probably like the most surefire,
Yeah,
easy way.
exactly. It's like an easy button.
Yeah.
With that roll, can I determine if we actually burn it right now, and would it harm the people that were cursed by it?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. You would have no idea. None of you are innately gifted in hag magic, right? Like,
Right.
none of you have innate knowledge about how this works. And unfortunately, even in the brief conversations you've had with Ilmar and with Glitter and with Gorba, none of them really know about the procedure either. So you're kind of all just winging it. And I'm trying to give you information that you would maybe generally have just from your adventures so far. And your experiences with the very few demons and things that you've had. So.
Well, can't burn it down.
Well, maybe there's something on the third floor we could look. I mean, they
I
have
agree.
the main supplies down there. So maybe they'd put the antidote or curse breaking materials, at the highest floor away from it.
We can try, figure out.
I'm downsies.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're going upstairs.
Yeah.
Senor
I
Capitan.
have a question.
Absolutely.
The canvas and the paint. What happens if we paint on the blank canvas, like say like a potion to destroy the painting? Would it manifest like that or something?
That's a great question to me. I don't know the answer. You can try it and we'll make it up as we go. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know.
Do it,
when I was, when we're doing this in my head, I wasn't like, you know what? They'll probably try to paint on these things. So I don't.
Here we are.
Yeah, here we go. So if you want to try to paint whatever you want, you do you. Whether anything comes of it, I'm not sure. If you want my honest to goodness DM answer, it would probably be not much. I will say from the pieces that you've gathered so far, you can clearly see that there is some kind of ritual or process that goes into this, right? It's not as simple as like a painting is created and the creature is cursed. There's some kind of these
It's like a binding.
yeah, there is some kind of ritual that takes place that would, place the curse on them, bind their curse, bind their image, bind whatever it is to the painting, and then go from there. The way that I would probably describe it in this case is that, how, demons have contracts, right? Or devils have contracts. Yes. So if you, as a, you were a sorcerer in the past, right? So not a sorcerer. I'm sorry, a warlock, right? Oh, you were. What were you?
A sorceress.
Well, son of a bee, but that doesn't even work. So let's just take a warlock, for example. Usually there's a warlock. They make a pact with their patron or their matron in order to get their power. If you make a deal with the devil, there's a specific contract in place, and that contract is what essentially makes everything magically binding. Yes. So think of this painting as more of like a demon's or a devil's contract. The painting is what is binding all of the magic together, but there has to be some kind of ritual or magic put in place to make the painting relevant in the first place. Does that kind of make sense?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay, good. That's
Isn't it like the whole Dorian Gray thing, like where he's connected to the painting and
yeah.
yeah.
That's it's an interesting book.
It is.
But yeah, so that's where we're at. You can still try to paint something. It's possible that you could make something out of it. Maybe some kind of magic you can infuse with it, using some kind of religion check for you if you were trying to pray. But yeah, I mean, you don't have access to the entire ritual right now. I mean, it's maybe you'll find something in the third floor, but that's essentially where we're at.
Wait, I have an idea.
Great.
What if we curse Dresden, the fucking wizard?
You're gonna draw
from the tower.
from your image.
Oh,
You're trying to
shit.
curse Dresden.
Sweet revenge.
Oh man. Wow. You know what? I feel like
Oh shit.
I feel like there are probably ways to go about that if you so choose. I would say that would probably cause some kind of alignment shift, if we're being honest. I think if you're trying to directly curse someone, whether they deserve it or not, that's probably like a shift towards the evil side.
Dang it.
You can do it. Again, I'm not telling you no. I'm just, it's like
You're tainting your moral
yeah,
pool.
you're definitely that's definitely questionable
We
activity.
experimented on
Hey,
children.
like I said, I get it. I'm not telling
We
you.
killed those children.
We literally murdered children. Why would I not do this?
I'm not saying
cracked
don't.
one
I'm
head
not.
open.
Maybe it'll even make you feel better, right? I'm just saying that there will definitely be, you're kind of leaning towards the dark side a little bit, right? The Sith would approve. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right. So You know what? You and Emmy can work. I don't care. Whatever you guys choose to do. Whatever. I'm here to support you. I'm just giving you the rule based answers.
Emmy and Kyle going to the dark side.
To the dark side. We have cookies.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so we are going to, as a party, head upstairs. I'm going to circle everybody up, move your tokens over here, and then we'll clear the fog. Anything before we move to this third floor? Is there anything anybody else wanted to do on the second floor?
No.
Any objections to moving to the third floor?
Nope.
Okay, third floor it is. Perfect. So you move up to the third floor, and let's see. I need, firstly, before we do that, oh, you guys aren't fighting all those things. They're gone. This was how it was set up.
What? No.
Oh, I was about to go
Oh,
down.
shit.
Yeah.
Cool.
That would be what you were fighting if you were in the tower. Boop. Goodbye.
Yeesh.
We did it.
Woohoo.
Just your presence scared them away. Who is going first? We'll say that this is probably enough room for only one person. Can I get some kind of marching order before we do?
We could just do the same order as our talking order.
It's perfectly fine with me. Adom, are you comfortable with being in the front?
Sure.
Love it. Then we're going to put you guys, yeah, just in the talking order here is fine. That's your marching order. Adom, I need an investigation check from you. All right. Evie, I need an investigation check from you with disadvantage.
Wow.
I know, crazy.
Boop.
That's what happens when if you're not first, you're last.
Well,
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither of you notice the trap that is set up at the top of the stairs.
what the tits?
As Adom takes a step off of the stairway and onto the actual ground, firstly, Adom, Evie, what you see is as you all climb higher, the air is growing cooler and cooler. It's almost ice cold by the time you get to the top of the stairs, and there is a putrid scent in the air, as if dozens of decaying and rotting corpses and fruits and vegetables, and it almost smells like a bog as you get closer to the top. Adom, you get the first view, and your first thought is this room was once, elegant. There are flashes, there are glimpses of ornate curtains and beautiful bedding and things like that strewn across the floor. But it does cause a distraction. I need everyone here to make a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Bernie just stepped away.
Okay, somebody can go ahead and roll for her. I'll just roll for her. I've got her thing. It's fine. Dexterity saving throw for Emmy. Dexterity saving throw for Alaric. Well, that's ironic.
We have a dexterous crew.
Okay. Anyone here who rolled lower than a 12? Anyone roll lower than, I'm sorry, rolled lower than a 13. 13 or lower.
We all rolled 18. 3 of us rolled 18.
Jesus. Emmy rolled an 18 too. That's actually gross. Okay, well, Alaric. Ironically, Alaric, the last one in line, I guess they're not paying attention, arguably the most dexterous of all of you, rolled an 8. Technically rolled a natural 1, but with a +7 rolled an 8. So each of you are going to take 12 points of acid damage,
Ow.
and Alaric is going to take 25 points of acid damage.
Oh shit.
Is the acid falling down on us?
It is a trap. It is a glyph of warding. As soon as Adom takes the last step, places a single step on the floor in front of him, Adom feels the floor sink just a little bit. Evie, you can see it as the entire stairwell from the third to the second floor. Acid is sprayed out of the holes in this like spiral stone staircase. It is misting the entire floor. You also see it coming from the ground as well, as if spouts. It's like a sprinkler system built into the floor. The entire upper floor is covered in what appears to be acid that tends to linger.
Yeah.
So there you go. 12 damage to everyone, 25 to Alaric.
Prestidigitate.
Yeah, if only.
Did I say it right this time?
That's close. Yeah, that is the prestidigitation is the full spell name, but I guess it would be to prestidigitate something.
Fuck yeah.
What
Fun.
happened?
Trap. It's a good question. A trap.
So I have like shape water. So is there water up here that I could use to clear out the acid, or could we bend the rules to where I could shape the acid and get rid of it?
Both are good questions. Technically, the acid itself doesn't appear to have a lingering effect.
Okay.
So it's a one and done spell. So for flavor, sure, I'll allow you to pull it all into one location or throw it out the window or put it into something, whatever you like. I'll say that
Okay.
it isn't useful once you've probably shaped it in that way. Like you can't bottle it and save it for later, but
No, I just want to like get it all together and get rid of it.
yeah, I say that's perfectly fine. So, as each of you, your clothing begins to deteriorate, you can feel your skin burning. Most of you are able to put your hands up and protect, your vital parts, your eyes, your mouth, your nose, your ears. However, Alaric was not able to. But Evie, with some quick thinking, uses shape magic. So I think that's a level 1 spell?
It's a cantrip.
Shape water is like, oh, you're right, it's one of the newer ones, isn't it? Is it really?
Yeah.
It is. Okay, it's from Xanathars. Yeah, that's fine, it doesn't really matter. Evie, with her quick thinking, reaches out with her magic, just hoping that something will take hold, and she's able to detect or manipulate enough water in the acid itself to remove it as quickly as possible from each of your clothes. So there isn't, permanent, and I would say not permanent, but there's no detrimental damage that is done to anyone other than, the burns and maybe some potential scarring that's going to be caused. But Evie does a good job removing it and does her best to clear a path for you if you would like to continue to descend up the remaining stairs.
Ascend.
Did I say descend?
You sure did.
Ascend.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's fine. I said it wrong.
It happens.
It happens.
Yeah, I just like picture her like throwing the hand out and like the acid that's still in the air just like freezing and like everything all coming together in one ball.
Love it.
Yeah.
Sick.
Okay.
All right, guys.
So we're back. We'll say that we're just at the top of the queue. None of you are, again, suffering from anything. There's no really ill effects. It just really hurt. So, Adom, we're back up to you. If you'd like to continue to ascend the stairs, you're more than welcome to.
Guinness cooked. To continue to what, the stairs?
Ascend, go up.
Oh, yeah, we going.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, you get a better glimpse now. You're a little bit more wary, but you get to the top of the stairs and nothing else seems to trigger any traps. And Evie's done her best to make sure that the path that you guys are willing to take is clear. Evie, you can't hold onto the ball of acid long, so you have to place it somewhere. But we'll just say you can place it into a safe direction, wherever you choose.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe out the window
Sure. Yep. That's fine.
and onto the grass down below.
Okay. Yeah, you throw the acid out the window. Clean up as much as you feel is necessary. As you do, the window itself kind of melts around this ball of acid, and you throw it out into the grass. And there's clearly some burning and scalding that's happening. The grass is utterly destroyed, but it doesn't appear to be spreading or causing any more damage. It's more of a liquid deterrent than an airborne one. So it's innate at this point. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
So Adam, everyone else, anybody objecting to moving further up the stairs? Anybody staying down below now, or is everybody still moving up?
I'm down to still go up, but maybe we should be a little more careful.
Check for traps.
Check for traps. Okay, so Adam pushes in a bit. Everyone else kind of follows, being a little bit more wary. Everyone here can go ahead and roll me an additional investigation check if you would like. I think Alaric has another 4 in investigation. So if somebody would like to roll advantage and add his modifier instead of yours, that's fine.
I did it last time. Who wants to do it this time?
So I stepped away for a second. I had a coughing fit. What?
No worries, you're good. You're just upstairs. Everyone's rolling an investigation check to make sure that there aren't any more traps. And then, okay, Kyle's going to use Adam's advantage. I'm sorry, Alaric's advantage. I apologize. Adam, you're good to roll.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Nice.
11 again. What is this?
A natural 20 on investigation. Yeah, so we'll say that there are certainly no more traps. Adam goes ahead and steps ahead and around and takes a quick look. It seems like the glyph of warding was the only thing that really was set up here. It was set up in a way that, like, if you knew it was there, you could just continuously step over it. But if you didn't, it was hard to miss. So it just so happened that, Adam hit the trick step, and that's how it goes. But everything else here is safe. Everyone, as you look around, again, you get the same instance or the same inference as Adam did earlier. This may have once been a beautifully decorated and designed bedroom. But unfortunately, in however long the hags had taken residence here, it has long been ruined. There is dirt and debris everywhere. Along the walls, you can see, covered in filth and dirt and soot and other things that shouldn't be mentioned. There are murals of Sune, and it appears in some places the hags or some other creature attempted to almost like scrape these murals off the wall, but they must have been applied with some kind of magic. They must be a part of the tower, because no matter what was done to it, the best they could do was cover them up, deface them in some way, shape, or form. There are 3 beds that are covered in moldy blankets, animal furs. One of them is draped over here with a canopy of giant bones, as well as reeking, untanned hides from various unidentified creatures at this point. Empty crates that you can see are scattered throughout the room like furniture. Some of them hold broken weapons, broken armor. Some of them have moldering, rotted clothing, and then other various objects. And that's pretty much it. So, Adam, we will set up with you. So you are at the top of the talking queue. If there's anything like you would like to do, let me know.
Quick question.
Quick answer, I hope.
Since the battle started, has it been an hour?
Since the battle, like, that's a good question. I don't know. We're gonna probably say right at an hour. I mean, the fighting itself didn't take long, right? Less than a minute. But after that, there was discussions with Silvari. There were discussions with Sienna. There were discussions with Ilmar. Then there was the plan to go to the tower and then investigating all the floors, talking with the other patrons, not the patrons, but the other cursed employees. Are you trying to use enhance ability one more time?
No, it's just that I used before the battle. I used my potion of advantage, and I totally forgot.
Okay. I will let you use it one more time, just because, if you'd like to. Right, it gives you advantage on what? Just everything?
Ability checks, attack rolls, and saving.
Okay. What would have it? I don't think you failed anything necessarily. You wouldn't have had to roll against the trap, and you succeeded on your dexterity saving throw, so that worked. If you'd like to use it to investigate now, you're more than welcome to. But like I
we're
said,
on the scope, it's fine.
what was that?
If we're like at the cusp of 1 hour, it's fine.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. Like I said,
It's fine then. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Sure. Okay, Adam, you are up. What would you like to do given the status of the room?
Start searching these box things everywhere.
Okay. Is anyone else looking to search or investigate?
Yeah, I'm looking for notes.
Wait, what the hell is this?
It's a canopy of bones. The bed underneath, but this is like a canopy that is, the structure is made out of bones and it's draped with unidentified hides of creatures.
Oh yeah, I'm good. I got these boxes.
I'd like to look somewhere else, please. Okay. So Adam is going to investigate. Go ahead and move your tokens where you're investigating. Or Adam is investigating if you're doing something. Evie, what would you like to do? Also investigate?
Yeah. Does it have to be investigation or can it be perception?
In this case, it would be investigate if you're
Okay.
searching through things.
Okie dokie.
Emmy, anything you would like to do?
I'm gonna check under the bed, maybe.
Okay, so you're searching the beds. And Kyle, where are you looking?
I'm looking for notebooks, papers, anything, any information on the curse, anything like that.
Perfect. Are you going to look in the section over here?
Sure thing.
Okay. Alaric will just help whomever. He'll go over to this bed and look and investigate as well. Everyone go ahead and roll me an investigation check, and I'll give information based on your rolls to everybody since you're all doing the same thing. Ow, son of a... Sorry.
I'll use enhance ability.
Emmy, what are you rolling today? Emmy's cheating.
No.
Bernadette's not rolled lower than a 15 all day.
She's just on fire today.
She paid Owlbear or something.
I'm using
Enhance ability. Yep.
Yeah.
I promise I heard.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So let's go down the list here. Adam, you notice, a lot of these are what you break open the boxes and find are all kinds of different regional garb and various ages. It's not anything from like just the last few weeks or so. Some of this goes back maybe years or decades. You notice uniforms from various armies across the world. You notice various regional garbs from across Faerun. Even things harkening back across the sea where you're from. You go around the room and it's just a collection of things, as if the hags were collecting trophies. And that's primarily what you find is armor and things of that nature, or clothing of that nature that just spans across Faerun. Alaric, Emmy, you all don't really find anything useful You find a lot of, the moldy blankets that are on the bed are covered in moss, and are infested with fleas and bed bugs and lice, beetles, and there are all kinds of insects. I mean, you look under the bed and it is, it's things are growing under there, but not the things that you want to find. It is extremely gross. Alaric notices that the bedding, or the tapestry, or the canopy rather, over the bed, is covered in the same type of, or the same, has some of the same types of hides that the canvases are made out of. Some of them seem to have holes in them, or are scratched up, or have blemishes and things like that. These are potentially the leftover bits and pieces of skin that weren't fit to be used as canvases. Evie, you find a couple of other things, most of, again, which are worthless, but you do find a spell scroll of what you seem to be, or what you seem to be aware of as clairvoyance, and it is in a leather scroll case that is, so far, the outside seems to be kind of damaged and scored, but the inside scroll seems to be relatively undamaged and can probably still be used. Kyle, you notice, you're looking for notes and letters and things like that, and you find them. There are dozens, maybe even hundreds of individual letters that have been written to various loved ones and other people, some of which, are hopeful, saying that they found a group of sisters that are willing to help, that this temple is wonderful, that everyone here is so nice. Others are begging for help, saying, do not come here. This place is not what they seem. But it appears that none of them have ever escaped this place. Whatever letters were written, if any made it out, it almost seems impossible. There are so many letters here that, if one were to have escaped, it would have been a literal miracle. As it seems, say that again.
I said okay.
Oh yeah. A lot of them are covered in what appear to be like either claw marks or beak marks, or seem to have been chewed, as if the hags were using all those critters that they summoned earlier, various critters and creatures, to reclaim some of these items. It seems that they were brought back by the very creatures of the wood or the tower around them. And you do see some more recent ones. You see a letter written by, actually, I don't even know if they, by Gorba. You see a letter written by Glitter, and by a few other names that you recognize. There are some hopeful letters from the dwarf that you've met before, things of that nature. So there are various other things. I guess this is Glitter's actual name, so I didn't know if he took another name, but it seems to actually be Glitter. So there you go.
Okay. I'm gonna take some of the letters as proof, just in case other people are like.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah. I mean, there are dozens of them, so you can just put dozens of letters.
Bag of holding.
Yeah, shove everything in there. All right.
So no notes on the curse then.
Yeah, unfortunately not. It seems like everything up here, the hags didn't seem very interested in storing anything useful, to you anyway. It seems more like they were just trophies, things that they kept as mementos of their evil doings, so to speak.
Witches. Found some letters.
Found some letters. Yep. All right. So whatever you guys would like to do next, you guys can discuss. If you want to use the talking order, do so. If you want to make group decisions, you can do that instead. Whatever you like.
So no one found anything on the curse. Guys,
No, but I found bug.
you found a bug.
Step away.
Can I
Can't
eat
find
it?
any-
Well, okay.
I eat it.
Mm.
My
Yeah,
bad.
I mean, it's not. It's a bug. It's not anything innately gross.
Nutritious. Nutritious.
Yeah, it's just an insect, and I would say as a Kirkpa, you have probably eaten bugs in the past. It's not necessarily anything bad for you.
I cut the half and give it to Emmy. You want some?
No, thank you.
Would you like some bug?
No,
But it's really good.
no, thank you.
Oh, okay.
I've been traumatized enough.
I just eat the rest.
All right, bug is delicious.
Yeah.
Tastes just like chicken.
Okay.
How you doing, Evie?
Well, I found the scroll, but I don't think it really does any good for us right now. Maybe can find a way to figure out like exactly how these paintings were created. I mean, maybe if we figure that out, we can figure out another way to destroy them.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know, like sometimes knowing more about the process of something, you can get a better
Yeah.
insight on how to take it apart.
Good point.
So should we keep looking here then?
I think I want to go like inspect the paintings a little bit more. I don't know, like, or maybe there's a book that we missed somewhere.
Maybe there's something in that pile of bones.
And
I'll
we
dive
can,
in it if I have to.
so we can dig in the bones.
Yeah, I mean, Alaric and Emmy did their best to investigate. There doesn't seem to be anything nice within there. It's really just disgusting. Like I said, the tapestry over here, the canopy appears to be made from some of the same types of skins that the canvases were made out of, but these are damaged or blemished, or they're not pristine. It's something that they were probably not useful to make a painting with, so they decided to drape the bed in, or drape the canopy in the skins instead. The frames are made out of various bones, large pieces of femur or ribs or little things like that. Some of it looks thrown together, and some of it looks like it was used to decorate, kind of thing. Searching through the beds, though, again, there's nothing. It doesn't appear that they really cared to keep anything like that in general. So what you found up here is probably the exhausted list of things that are useful to you.
No trapdoors or anything like that.
No, you do notice that there are 3 windows that still look out the tower. They appear to be, almost covered in that same material that was covering the door to the shrine earlier. If you want to take some time, you can break them open, but I mean, one of them is open. It doesn't matter which. We can say this one is open. That is shedding light into the room. This is the one that Evie tossed the acid ball out of. So it appears that the acid ate through the stuff pretty well, and then she tossed it out the window. So this one is like permanently open at this point, but these 2 are still closed and covered.
Well, I guess we could look at the paintings like behind them.
What if I cast detect magic?
I mean, there's no harm in trying.
I'll cast detect. Then.
Okay. Detect magic is a ritual spell. Is that correct? This is a dumb question. Can clerics cast ritual spells? I mean, they can cast spells, but can they cast spells as a ritual is what I'm asking. They can. You can cast a cleric spell as a ritual if that spell has a ritual tag. Okay, so you can cast detect.
Oh, it is.
What? Huh?
It is a ritual. I mean,
Yeah, you're fine. Clerics can. I was just asking. So some classes like rogues or rangers, like Kyle doesn't have ritual casting, so they can cast spells as a ritual, or they can cast spells regardless of whether it has the ritual casting tag or not. But it always costs them a spell slot, right? So they just cast the spell as normal. Classes like the wizard, or classes like cleric, or classes like warlock, when they take Book of Secrets, they can cast ritual spells. It takes a little bit more time, like 10 minutes, but it doesn't cost a spell slot. So it's really up to you. Do you want to take the 10 minutes to cast detect magic as a ritual, or do you want to just cast the spell?
I guess ritual, because that might be cool.
Yeah. So a ritual takes 10 minutes. Technically, it takes 10 minutes longer than the typical casting time. Ritual is a one round, one action, so 6 seconds. So F that. Who cares about 6 seconds? It takes you 10 minutes. So as everyone else is continuing to look around and do their thing, you quickly realize that nothing in the beds are of any use to you. So you spend some time casting Detect Magic. Nothing in this room in particular, other than I don't even consider a scroll to be detectable. I don't know. Is it the scroll itself that really has magic? I guess it's considered a magic item. So Emmy, you can sense some kind of magic coming from the tube, coming from the scroll sleeve that Evie is holding. You know, can sense the magical weapons that all of your companions are carrying, those outside the bag of holding at least. Any other magic is going to be coming from, you know, down on the other floors. So nothing else seems to be of magic here. I think it's a 30-foot radius too, isn't it? Is it radius or? It just says within 30 feet of you, so technically it is a 30-foot radius. Also gross. So essentially you can see 30 feet covers this whole tower, like in diameter, so you're perfectly fine. And it lasts up to 10 minutes.
I guess we should check downstairs.
Yep. Let's check the paintings to see if they have something on their back.
All right. Any objection to moving downstairs? I think Daniel stepped away for a second, so we'll just say he agrees. All right. I'm gonna say no objections. So move on down. Move on down. Move on down the road. Or is it ease on down? Oh man, it's from the Wiz. I think it's ease on down the road. I gotta look that up. Yeah, Emmy, you can definitely. It is ease on down. You can definitely sense magic coming from the paintings themselves. They are certainly magical. Nothing else on this floor. We'll say that there's like a faint essence of magic covering the statue that is down here on the floor, but it is a just lingering essence from what it was before. Whatever power was holding on, or whatever power was built into that statue, seems to be non-existent at this time, and whatever magic is still in there is just dwindling away. The power of, or the magic in the paintings are certainly present, though.
Do I see like a like a I don't know how to like a thread connecting to to the people that's cursed?
No, unfortunately, there's detect magic isn't going to give you anything like that.
Ooh, that'd be so cool.
It would be neat. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that these are magical. As far as what they affect, though, probably not. I mean, let's see. I mean, each of you can go ahead and roll probably another Arcana check for me. I'll have everybody roll that. Whoever wants to roll for with Alaric can roll with advantage. I think he has a 4. And I'll roll for Adom.
I'll roll with.
You're gonna use Alaric?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adom rolled a 7. So go ahead and Emmy and roll. You get advantage and get to add a 4. Everyone else can just roll normally.
I have advantage.
Okay. Is that the 18 with advantage?
Yes, sir.
Not that I mind, but why do you have advantage?
Enhance ability.
Oh, that's
Fox
right.
cunning.
You used it
It's
upstairs.
Intelligence.
Yeah, okay. Each of you, I mean, I've described the paintings a couple times to you, and you know, as you're investigating them further, Emmy clarifies or verifies rather that these paintings are magical in nature. And you know, the discussion about whether they are connected to an individual person, whether she can see a thread or anything, you know, attached to someone or something, that is no. But you know, as you get a closer look at the paintings, Kyle, you're taking one off the wall and investigating it, checking behind it, you know, seeing that there's a, you know, a trick or you know, something else, a trap behind the painting. You take a look, and which painting do you want to grab? Like, which painting do you think Kyle would be most drawn to? The dwarf, the dragonborn, the tiefling, or the moon elf?
The elf, because, well, I know a few elf.
Sure.
from home.
As you investigate the painting, actually, Evie, you can do the same thing. Which painting would you be most drawn to?
The tiefling.
Okay. Both of you are kind of glancing over these paintings, and the others are observing the ones still on the wall. As Emmy, you know, takes a look at it. Evie, you recall that Glitter claimed to have been cursed, and rather than being a kobold, he was a male tiefling. And in the photo that you're looking at, it is in fact a male tiefling, and the tiefling has sparkling violet eyes and is wearing many fine jewels. And while you've looked at Glitter, and he's certainly not covered in jewels, you recognize his eyes. He has sparkling violet eyes, and
that's right.
you
did say
immediately
that.
you immediately make, you know, that connection is pretty obvious that this very well could be what Glitter truly looks like. Kyle, you recognize the eyes as well. Actually, maybe you wouldn't. That was probably not the best description. You take a look at the moon elf, and in the portrait itself, she is radiant. She is glowing in the light of the moon, and she is gazing upon her own reflection in what appears to be a lake or some kind of like non-moving body of water, maybe a ripple across the pond or whatever you want to call it, as she glances out over the water, and you can see her glancing down at herself. However, again, I mentioned before that as you look at these pictures in the shadow, you know, they give off a different vibe. And as you move the photo, it almost looks as if the image in the water is starting to become distorted. And not only that, rather than the reflection looking back up at the moon elf, it almost looks like the reflection is looking at you. They are not looking at the same point of view. And it's one of those things, again, as you move it into the light, into the shadow, you can see various things. The reflection appears just as beautiful at one angle, and then as you look at it at another, the image is distorted and kind of creepy looking. But this reminds you of someone that you've met recently, as someone who has not seen their reflection in potentially a decade. This could possibly be the true form of Sylvari. This may be her before she was turned into a Medusa. And as Emmy and Alaric and Adom look over the other two images, the one of a brawny female golden scaled dragonborn warrior, that matches the story that Gorba just shared with Adom, minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. And the tall or the youthful male shield dwarf dancing at a feast very well could be the reflection of whoever this dwarf is that has recently arrived at the temple. So while there is no innate thread or magical connection, I guess, that you can see from the paintings to whoever they are attached to, you all can clearly deduce that you've already met the people that these paintings depict. They're just depicted incredibly different than what they're appearing to you.
Mm-hmm. Emmy, hook smash.
Oh, oh, she's gonna raise her hammer.
I mean, which painting between the dwarf and the dragonborn, which painting do you think Emmy is gravitating towards? Evie's been looking at the tiefling. Kyle has been. I'll let you even pick between those two as well if you want to take them from them. So you have the dwarf, the dragonborn, the tiefling, or the elf. Which one are you thinking Evie would radiate towards?
The dwarf.
Why the dwarf?
Because I feel like he's been being ignored.
That's fair. Yeah, so I mean, your friends, Adom is clearly making the connection between Gorba and this radiant or this beautiful brawny golden scaled dragonborn. Evie and Kyle are clearly investigating the others, and the one left in the corner is the dwarf. And as you look at it and make the connection between this incredibly happy, happily depicted at least dwarf that's dancing on a table and holding a mug of ale in the air to celebrate with, you recognize that is not who you just saw leave the tower moments ago. That dwarf was old and sickly and couldn't even speak anymore, let alone smile or be cheerful. And you can feel this anger start to build up in you, and you understand what the hags have done to these individuals. And with that anger, if you'd like, you can attempt to break the painting. I will need an athletics check from you. I'll let you roll. In this case, it'll be just a normal roll. There's nothing crazy about it.
I don't have to add a athletic.
No. It'll be athletics. I just you're not going to get any kind of advantage. It's just going to be a straight roll. So just roll an athletics check for me.
Oh, pain.
No, it doesn't work, does it? Oh wait, I still have the inspiration, don't I?
Oh yeah.
I think so. I don't think you've used it. Feel free.
I want to use it. I want to use it.
Okay.
Please.
Was 16 enough?
Unfortunately, at this time, it is not. Emmy, you grab the painting off the wall, and you're squeezing it in your hands. Your knuckles are turning white. You can feel the wooden frame bending against your will, and it's as if the painting is fighting back. You can feel it creaking. You can feel it wanting to crack between the strength of your arms, and then in the grip of your hand. Any normal painting would be twisted and mangled by now. Everything would be done. This painting, however, seems to be putting up its own fight. I do need you to go ahead and take 4d6 psychic damage as the painting rebuffs your physical attack against it. Go ahead and roll 4d6 for me.
Oh shit.
Is it nicer if I make you roll your own damage, or should I do it for you? I don't really know. Doesn't
I
matter.
don't know.
That
You should
doesn't
do
matter.
it for her.
All right.
Yeah, please do
roll
the
a
Like
four.
honor.
getting the kid to go pick their own Switch.
Yeah, that's terrible. You're right. You're right. Okay. You are going to take 19 points of psychic damage
The
as
brain damage today, Emmy.
yeah. As again, you go to fight this painting and do what you can with it. And you can feel it weakening in your grip, but it is lashing back out at you. You can see images in your brain of your biggest insecurities essentially flashing back at you. What do you think right now Emmy's biggest insecurity is as a character?
Oh, I guess not being strong enough and brave enough.
Yeah. I mean, that's perfect. You know, as you again try to crush this painting, you get these flashes, these words, this cackling laughter in your brain, telling you just that you're too weak. What are you doing here? You can't even destroy a painting. How are you going to protect your friends? And that mental anguish physically hurts you as you take that 19 points of damage. But the painting takes some damage too. It is clearly, you all can see the struggle. The party can see what's happening. The frame is starting to bend and warp. And a little more effort might do it.
Can Emmy like stumble back a bit and with an angry scream and kind of kick the wall in frustration?
Yeah, you can do whatever. Yeah, sure.
That's what she's gonna do.
Yeah. Are you still holding the painting? Are you dropping it? What are you doing with that?
But she's gripping this painting like F you.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna like smash you against the floor and hit you with the warhammer.
Yeah, I completely understand. Anyone else? We'll go at the top. Emmy's doing this. Adam, you've seen what Emmy's experiencing. Anything that you would like to do particularly?
I came back a little bit late, so I guess I missed some context, but I'm assuming she's trying to draw the painting.
She is, yeah. So each of you have kind of taken a look at these paintings and made a direct connection to one of the individuals here who are cursed. So, the moon elf most likely represents Silvari in her elf form rather than her Medusa form. Evie has taken a look at the tiefling painting, which most likely reflects glitter as a tiefling rather than as a kobold. You having the conversation with Gorba earlier,
Dragonborn?
the Dragonborn, correct, make the connection that this is most likely her in all her glory, in her full strength and glittering armor in the midst of battle. This is how she sees herself. And Emmy, feeling that the dwarf was getting neglected a little bit, stepped over and saw how happy and jovial the dwarf in the painting was, and they were celebrating something. And that connection was made to the dwarf that you guys have just recently met, and how sad and broken and disoriented and addled that character was. And in making this realization and making this connection, Emmy felt anger and attempted to destroy the painting. Unfortunately, the attempt failed in the sense that it wasn't completely broken, and also in the sense that she was rebuffed by these attacks or these images of her own insecurities, her not being strong enough, her not being brave enough, her not succeeding to protect the people around her. And so while the painting did take some damage, Emmy also took some damage in return. And you all just witnessed this. And in frustration, Emmy has, she's still holding the painting, but she has kicked the wall in her own frustration, and is kind of frustrated with the attempt. So seeing all this, I was just giving everyone else a chance to react or do something that they would like. So, hey Dom, you were first to act. You can do what you like.
I guess breaking these paintings the way to go. So I'm gonna attack this painting too.
Yeah, seeing Emmy attempt it, attack your own painting. So you go ahead and rip the wall. How is Adam attempting to break this painting?
Unarmed strike, karate chop.
Yeah, sure. Just put it over your leg and try to break it like a board, essentially.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, so go ahead, and you're also going to make me an athletics check.
Oh, that's the die. Here we
Oh,
Ooh.
does that
Yeah,
do it?
that'll do it. Adom, you see, Emmy, you hear Emmy's rage. You see her struggling with this painting. And while Emmy attempts to brute force it, you do your best to, use some technique. You successfully, you do successfully break this painting. I need two things from you. One, I'm going to need, I need you to tell me what insecurities are flashing through Adom's head as he begins to break this board. What do you think Adom's biggest insecurity is at the moment?
That's a very good question. It would have to be potentially losing his teammates off of a mistake. Like maybe poor judgment that could lead his teammates to death.
Yeah.
You going on his mind? Yeah.
Yeah. So images of Adom, as you grab this painting and you begin to go to break it, you see that in your mind as you, before I describe that, how, describe exactly what you're doing. What is the final straw for this painting? You're using some technique, you're using some muscle. What is it that Adom does that finally finishes off this painting? You're punching through it, you're kicking through it, you're breaking it over your knee. What are we doing?
Slam on the ground and stomp on it.
Perfect. Yeah. So you're trying these techniques, and very little is working. You're trying to punch it. You're holding it with one hand and trying to punch through it, and it's rebuffing your attacks. You go in with a knife strike on the side that would break a man's neck. At least break a spine, and the painting is holding up. And with each blow, you're questioning yourself, essentially, that you see Emmy trying the same thing. You're seeing Emmy struggling with this painting in her hands, and you can see it hurting her. And as you hit it, in the back of your mind, you're getting these doubts of like, am I hurting Emmy? Is me damaging this painting? Am I doing that to her? And you almost stop, and your technique is failing. And finally, you're just able to convince yourself that this painting needs to be destroyed. I'm doing the right thing here. This is not my fight, or rather, Emmy's struggle is not my struggle. We're doing this together but separately. And you throw all technique out the window, and you place the painting on the ground and hold it with one hand and brace yourself, and you just like straight up donkey kick this painting, like just heel kick it straight on, and your foot goes straight through it, and you can feel the magic in the air release, or rather the magic of the painting release, as your foot goes straight through the skin canvas. It's not like paper. It doesn't rip like paper. This feels vile. It feels disgusting. The paint almost feels like it's dripping and losing its color as it falls onto the floor and onto your leg. The skin rolls up on itself and starts to crinkle, and you almost get the smell of of burning flesh. And it is disgusting. But as you pull your foot from the painting and drop this in disgust in front of you, the painting does wither up and dissolve, and whatever magic was left in that painting is no longer there. Emmy, your detect magic still senses the magic from the painting you're holding in your hand, still senses the magic from the paintings in front of Evie and Kyle, but the magic that holds the painting, or the magic that was held in the painting that Adom just destroyed, is no longer there. So that is one painting down.
She'll point that out and say, "Destroy the paintings, but be careful, guys. It will mentally hurt you."
It will mentally. It does hurt.
Well, you guys had to roll
Exactly.
athletics, right?
Yes, correct. Athletics.
Oh, I have a -1.
Yeah.
So do we have to like manhandle it, or can we use weapons for it?
You can try other things, whatever you like. But whatever works works. I'll let you know that not everything is going to work.
And then, do I still have my Fey spirit with me?
I will say so. I'll give you essentially the opportunity because again, it'll only last an hour. I think I said that Kyle could use one more advantage due to the potion he declined. Was it potion of advantage? Was that what it was, Kyle?
Yeah.
I'll let you use one more action with the Face Spirit before it dissolves and dissipates as well. Because, like I said, it's probably been like right at an hour.
Okay.
So if you'd like to, whatever you'd like to do with it, it can be done
Okay.
one time.
Whose turn is it?
Yours now.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah, Adom just destroyed the painting.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to, for my turn, use my scimitar on the painting. So, let's see. 20. And then, okay. Oh, 18.
You successfully hit the painting, but it appears to magically be rebuffed. Even your magical scimitar, what would be, I mean, this should be easy, right? It's like destroying anything else. You've slashed skin with this before. You've broken bones. You've carved limbs off with the scimitar. It's not as if you were doing anything wrong. Your scimitar connects just fine, but it's almost as if no damage is done. Your scimitar grazes straight across the canvas, and no damage is left behind. You're not rebuffed. There doesn't appear to be any damage done to you or your blade. You don't suffer the same psychic damage as the other two, but or rather as Emmy did. But yeah, your scimitar unfortunately is not effective.
Well, frick. Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell my Face Spirit to try and make an attack. I'm gonna have her face step to the painting.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll get the advantage on the attack roll.
Sure.
And just like pray that this works. Okay, hold on. I gotta pull up the thingy so that way I can remember how to do this.
Yeah, it's a level 3 spell, is that right? So it's a short sword attack. It uses your spell attack modifier, so whatever your wisdom is, d20 plus that. It's a spell attack modifier. So actually for you, it's whatever your spell attack modifier is.
Okay,
I think I just said that. Now that I realize that, I think I just said the same thing twice. But what I meant is that there's a difference between your spell modifier, which is just your flat wisdom score, and your spell attack modifier, which is your wisdom score plus your proficiency. I know, I'm just explaining for everybody else because what I just said made absolutely zero sense.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. But yeah, so whatever you would cast a spell with, that's what you would use as the modifier.
Okay. There's that. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's going to be with advantage. Ka-chow. 23.
Yeah. So a lot of things happen at once. Your scimitar attack did nothing, but the Face Spirit attacks as an attachment or as an extension of yourself. Rather than attacking physically with the sword, you're summoning the spirit that is tied directly to your spirit, your soul, your self, your essence. And these two sword attacks connect, and at first you can see that it's almost doing nothing. But you, knowing that your hold on this Face Spirit is not going to last much longer, you push just a little bit harder. You put just a little bit more of yourself into the spirit that you summoned into this plane of existence. And the swords begin to merge with the painting. And your magic begins to combine with the magic within the paint and within the canvas and within whatever ritual or spell was cast on it. And it's a combination of everything. The painting begins to dissolve, unlike Adom's painting that began to ripple and burn and crumple away. Yours seems to be, it's infusing itself with your own essence. I'm going to need, again, two things from you. Firstly, I'm going to need I need to know what is Evie's biggest insecurity at the moment. What is going through your mind? What fears do you have at this moment?
Not being strong enough to help her friends break these curses.
Yeah. So, I mean, you see Emmy struggling over with her painting. You've just seen Adam destroy a painting of his own, and you're in your mind, as your essence, as your spirit, as this fae that you've summoned is combining itself with this painting. You're getting these flashes of images too. Like, who am I? I'm half the size of Emmy. I'm half as fast as Adam, right? My strength comes from my magic, not my strength like theirs. And, you know, again, you get this cackling laughter, these insults being thrown at you, is that like you're nothing without your magic. You're no one without, you know, a fae spirit to help you. You're no one without Emmy to be a shield for you. But it's, again, you begin to fight back just as Adam did. You start to fill yourself with this confidence. You can see, you know, as you look at this painting and see what's happening and seeing your magic infused with it, you see that you're doing damage to it. This is this is the death knell. This is the dying blow of a thing that is currently being destroyed. I need you to go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Hmm. 11.
11's not enough. You are going to take 12 points of psychic damage just as Emmy did. However, your painting will be destroyed. The pain that you're feeling, this emotional discomfort, is going to turn into, you know, a physical blow, a physical manifestation of pain and damage. However, your spirit is strong and your magic is strong, and the fae spirit that you summoned takes, as it leaves this plane of existence, as it leaves this world, it is taking that painting with it. And as it merges with yours and combines with itself, or rather folds into itself, it explodes in a beautiful pink glittery mist as it leaves this world and goes wherever the fae spirit goes to when it's no longer here, as you've destroyed a second painting.
There's like tears welling.
Yeah.
For Evie. And she's like whispering to herself, like, oh my god, I did it.
Yeah. You did it. There's 2 paintings down. Kyle, it is up to you. You still have Silvari's painting in front of you. Whatever you would like to do, it's your turn.
I'm gonna change my swarm into 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 trapjaw ants.
Okay.
And they're gonna eat through the skin of the canvas.
Yeah, I love
destroy
it. I'll let you go ahead and use an attack roll just like Evie did. Yeah, it'll be an attack roll. You can make it just like you would. I don't care. Use your highest modifiers, whatever you want. You can shoot your swarm at it like an arrow if you so choose.
Sure, I'll do that. $15.
Is that with your sharpshooter penalty?
Yeah, it's -5. So
Yeah, unfortunately, the first attack, again, your ants swarm it, and you're doing your best, but it is on the first blast, it is not enough. If you'd like to use your extra attack, you're more than welcome to. You're flooding. You do your best to change your spirit into a new form. What best to destroy paper? What best to tear away something than a group of ants?
Wow, 15.
Yeah, 15 on this go around does actually work. Your first attack it's not enough to destroy, but it is enough to weaken. And with a second surge of effort with that second attack, maybe with the first attack you stick to your. Is yours ravens or crows? What does your spirits usually take the form of?
It usually takes form of bats.
Bats,
Like
perfect. That's even better. Okay, so maybe with that first blast, that first attack, you keep your spirit takes the form of bats as it usually does, and unfortunately, you can see the bats doing their best, but they have tiny claws. Bats aren't made for attacking many creatures. They're for swarming. They can do or they can distract, and they're great hunters, but they are small. They're not designed for something like this. And so that first attack is rebuffed. The painting weakens. You can see maybe some scratching and some marring, but nothing too permanent. But with that second attack, your spirit form changes, and Kyle has been undergoing some changes recently for a long time, right? Since coming back from the Shadow Realm, the Shadowfell. Kyle has had issues watching friends die and watching friends leave and finding new friends, and your spirit, you find your spirit changing and growing and adapting as necessary as Kyle does his best to find strength where he can. And in that moment, yeah, you change your flock's form, you change your swarm's form, and your spirit now takes the form of these ants, these devouring creatures, something that is known to crawl along the forest floor and destroy everything in its path, eating and just destroying everything. And it does begin to work. You can see the painting being chewed from the outside in. It's like an ant or a caterpillar eating a leaf. If you've seen them take like those big bites out of the leaf, and it makes this beautiful geometric design, just this beautiful image. I am going to need you to describe what is Kyle sensing as the painting begins to fight back. What is Kyle's biggest insecurity at the moment, or biggest fear at the moment?
His self-image. Like ever since the beginning, everyone saw him as a monster. So
yeah, as your ants begin to eat away and continue to eat away at this painting, Kyle is again the same laughter, the same derisive, terrible, insulting thoughts as everyone else has heard enter your brain as well. And you see yourself changing. Kyle's outward appearance, growing up in the forest as a Kirkpa, everyone looked like a Kirkpa. Everyone looked and experienced life the same way. They were just how they were. Kyle didn't know any better. But in these last 6 months as an adventurer, he's been out of the forest longer than he's been in it. Coming to the high forest here was the first time that he's been in the woods in half a year or more, and he's not seen anyone like him. He's seen ground squirrels and little rodents and things where he glimpses images of himself or images of family members or friends that he left behind, but nothing like him. And he sees the way that the people around him glare at him. He's abnormal. He's unusual. He doesn't fit in anywhere he goes, even in the party that he's in. People seem more willing to accept Evie as a fairy than they do Kyle as a natural Kirkpa. And you see you have these insecurities of, will I ever figure out who I am? Will I ever figure out what the Kirkpa are? But as these insecurities start to take over, you begin to realize that regardless of how different you may look on the outside, your party, the other adventurers have accepted you, and they are as best of a found family as you could ask for in this situation. They don't look at you funny. You remember, Emmy early on making jokes about tossing you or treating you like a squirrel or but now she respects you as a full party member. She respects you and understands the strengths that you bring to the party. And it's those images, those changes, those things that really start to change your sense of self and learn and help you to respect yourself in this instance and give you the strength to continue to infuse your soul and your spirit into your swarm. And as you open your eyes and take a look, it is with a fleeting moment, a last fleeting insecure thought as your soul, your literal soul in the form of these devouring ants, finish the last little bit of this painting. And your swarm dissipates, the painting is no more, and there are now 3 paintings down. And Emmy is the only one left in frustration. Emmy.
He's just staring at them like, bruh.
Yeah. Emmy, go ahead and roll me one as Alaric. As Alaric is viewing all of this, there's only 4 paintings, and Alaric sees his friends, and maybe it's just his presence alone. Maybe as he steps over to Adam, as Adam's frustration washes over him, and he kicks the painting into destruction. Or maybe it's Evie, his presence, who helps Evie realize that strength comes from a lot of different places. Or Alaric's presence, that Kyle realizes that he is accepted. He's not alone, regardless of how the world sees him. His friends see him just as Kyle. And as Alaric steps over to Emmy, who's also feeling frustrated, Emmy is now seen. She's the strongest of the group. She's meant to be the strong one. Alaric places his hand on Emmy's shoulder. And Emmy, you also begin to realize that while being strong is important for an adventurer, it's okay to be weak at times too. It's okay to not always be the strong one. It's okay to be the first one that goes down in battle, because you're the only one that can do it, right? If anyone else were to go down in battle first, the things could get out of hand extremely quickly. It is your act as a literal human shield that allows Kyle and Evie and Alaric and Adam to be strong. It is your strength that enables them. And as Alaric comes over and places his hand on your shoulder, you give one last oomph, one last twist, one last torque, whatever it is. Emmy, how would you like to destroy this painting?
She wants to smash it against the wall.
Perfect. Emmy steps forward, feeling Alaric's hand on his shoulder. She reaches up, pats Alaric's hand, takes a step back, and just baseball swings, just like full on swings this painting at the wall. And as it makes contact, the wooden frame shatters into pieces, spreading across the room. The canvas itself rips and becomes torn as the jagged pieces of the frame pierce it. The paints seem again to drip out of the painting, and at the end, Emmy is just left holding 2 very small pieces of wooden frame as you drop them on the ground, and the 4th and final painting is destroyed. Dun, 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 dun.
Did it.
He's gonna turn to Alaric like, damn, you almost made me cry.
Alaric just like whispers in your ear, you did good.
Oh no.
Alaric punches his shoulder.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. So yeah, four of 4 paintings are destroyed. 2 of them are completely demolished. There's no seeming, there's no, nothing, no trace of them. Evie and Kyle's painting seems to have been completely removed from existence. Adam's painting has a giant hole in it, and it appears it has scorch marks in it, as the canvas rolled up on itself or scorched itself. The frame is all bent and warped, and Emmy's frame is in pieces and the canvas all torn. But Emmy, from your detect magic spell, you can sense no more magic in this room. No more magic is emanating from any of the paintings. So we will go ahead and continue on. Again, you guys can talk as a group, or you can go in talking order, whatever you guys feel comfortable with.
I mean, we should totally check on Glitter
Yeah.
and Silvari and them.
Yeah.
we should go
Okay.
back.
Just in case we didn't kill them by accident.
Yeah.
That would be rather
Like,
tragic.
oop,
Whoops.
I can always
She's
hide
gotta
the
like
body.
zip down the staircase, flying as fast as she can.
Emmy's ready to hide the bodies just in case.
Could you imagine if I just described all of this heroic stuff that you just did and went through, and then you get back to the temple and there's just like 3-4 random bodies just laying on the floor?
No.
I would
all the-
be so upset.
all the guests are like standing over the bodies of these people. Like, who are these individuals? It's like, and you're like, it's the children all over again.
Oh my god.
Super horror.
Re-traumatized.
All right. So as a group, you've decided that whatever's left in the tower is no longer your business, and you wish to go to the temple. Is that correct?
I mean, we could probably
Yeah,
do
we're
a
running.
sweep, but I think we did pretty decent covering everything. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
All right. If no objections, then so we'll change the scene back to the temple during the day.
Oh wait, the
Oh.
supplies. Should we destroy the supplies?
I mean, that or we could try and sell them. It might be hard to
Ooh.
find someone to buy it, but
Money.
here's money.
Or we can use it to destroy Dresden.
I mean, there is that.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have the supplies, so what you choose to do with them is completely up to you. I just realized that I'm not sure. Wow, what kind of demon am I?
I want to do it so badly.
What?
I just realized that I don't actually have icons for the characters that were cursed, not in their cursed form.
Wow.
I know.
that.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. So some of them, I only have one, which is kind of crazy, actually.
Just for that, then we destroy Dresden.
We'll use a couple. I'm gonna reuse some tokens just because it kind of makes sense to.
It better not be a Leslie. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, just a
I'm sick of
Leslie.
Leslie, bro.
How crazy? There's no way that I forgot to do that, right? I mean, I guess I don't know what else I could have done, but
Where
okay,
there's human factor, there's a way.
true. Seems like such a weird thing to not fix. Okay, well, we're gonna use this token for that for now because the others don't really matter. And then you guys didn't even know who this person was, so. And then we'll use this token for this because again, it doesn't really matter. Boop. Go away, you. Boop. All right, cool. Fantastic. You guys are good. So you're leaving the tower. You come to the back door. Go ahead and give me some kind of marching order, I guess, for here. Go. You can line it up at the back if you'd like. Where are you guys? Hmm. All right. Looks good to me. So you guys go ahead and come through the back door and go ahead and move things up. And I guess we'll just do this because why not? It's easier that way. Ilmar can move or be over here. And yeah, Ilmar greets you all very handily. You did it. You've lifted the curse.
Where is everyone?
Yep.
I've
Where's everyone?
I've only seen Glitter, but he's fixing the last of the doors. He's back in his tiefling form. I can't speak for the others, but I imagine they're just as healthy. And as you see that, you see that's not who I wanted. We'll go ahead and change it to this person because I can. I thought I'd already changed that. I grabbed the wrong thing. Boop. Text. What was her name? I feel like I should know that. Well, aren't I crappy? It's this person. I'll change the name in a second.
Gorba? Is it Gorba?
Gorba is the person I was talking about. Yes, but I can't remember. It's just Gorba. I don't know why I thought it was something like Gorbel. Brain doesn't always work. Gorba. Yes, this is a reuse token.
Or Denrian?
Nah, that sounds like a lot. I think it was just
That's
Gorba.
what you had.
It was Gorba something. The last name was.
Oh, it was.
I didn't bother.
That's weird. Look at that. Gorba Derdinrian. Yep. That's what it was. There she is. Gorba. Boom. She comes out of the closet, the supply closet there. And she is in her full glory. She is back to her full strength. She is like stretching almost as if you've seen a warrior stretch before a fight or after a strong workout. She is flexing her arms and her legs and her neck. And she is just about as glorious as she can be in this state. In the place that she's standing, not much natural light is getting to her, but even the little light that is, you can see the sun. You can see the light glimmering off of her beautiful golden scales. She is no longer in the decrepit form that she was in half an hour ago when you saw her. She is full and healthy once more. And she goes over to Adom first, as Adom had a conversation, and it's much different than it was a moment ago. Before, when you approached this old, wizened, almost granny-like being, she patted you on the cheek and it felt grandmotherly. But this is no grandmother. This is a full-fledged warrior. But she still reaches out and she pats you on the cheek, and in a deep rolling voice, she says, essentially warrior to warrior, I thank you all. And that's essentially it. She does the cheek pat, and this time there's a lot more force to it. It's not like she's hurting you or hitting you. She's being gentle, but it's no longer grandmotherly. It is in her full strength. Yeah,
Adon nods.
she kind of steps back, almost breathless, as she continues to stretch and like look over herself, and is almost just beyond words.
Oh, according to plan.
Because we had one.
Right.
Pew 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 pew
Alright.
pew.
Torchlighters.
Pew 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 pew.
Did it again.
Did it again. Glitter also steps out, and he, again, I know this was Jalraxis, the person you didn't know, or Jarlaxle, the person you didn't know, but he is now a beautifully toned drow. He is no longer the kobold that you've seen him as. He's very lithe, and rather than that deep, squeaky voice, he's now speaking in a lilting tone as he responds to Ilmar that all the locks have been fixed, and he has requested that, or he has advised the guests that breakfast will be brought to them free of charge, and they will be, they will be comped for whatever services, they deem fit once everything gets settled down. And Ilmar, oh yes, thank you. And he runs off to go check on some of the guests as well down the hall. But Glitter steps forward and approaches the group, and I apologize for my glibness earlier. I'm sure you can understand after seeing me like this how disorienting it could have been to be a kobold for so long, but you seem to have had a plan after all. And he kind of winks at Kyle. You don't know all that much about Glitter, but he does inform you that he is a member of the Waterdeep Jewelers Guild. He has been here for quite some time. He's also a informant for the masked lords of the city. He came here as kind of an investigation kind of thing. He came to the temple wanting to be, in this case, to ask questions and to search out. But he came with telling them that he wanted to be a few inches taller, thinking that, the extra height would prove advantageous when conducting business transactions. But he renounced the hag's bargain when his new taller form didn't suit him. So the bargain happened, but he did not feel comfortable. He felt gangly and long and uncomfortable. So when he asked for his height to be returned, the hags cursed him and transformed him into that kobold form. But he advises you that if you ever make your way to Waterdeep, that he can contact or that you can contact him in the city, and you'll always have a place to stay there. And he will, if you arrange, some kind of contact with him once you get back to Candlekeep, he's more than happy to send you various gems and jewels to pay for your services, or to reward you for your help.
Say no more. Good old Glitter.
We appreciate that, my boy.
Just like that. All right. Well, that's 2 characters down. The next thing you notice is actually, is there anything you guys want to do or say or ask before we move on to the next character? Anything?
No.
No.
We still haven't found our dwarf friend. Dang it.
Man, speak of the devil.
Oh, yeah.
As Kyle says, there's still no signs of Falthrax. You see a stout dwarf come out of the kitchens, and he looks a little confused. But he's a middle-aged dwarf. As far as dwarves go, middle age is a little bit different for him than it is necessary for some of you. But he steps forward and he looks at all of you and he's like, I recognize you from somewhere. Have we met before? As he comes over the bar and kind of over here.
Nah, I don't think so. How
Hmm.
about you guys? Have you guys seen him before?
To be clear, you haven't seen him. I know you've seen the other one that happens to look exactly like him with a different name. It's not him. All right. I don't know. I thought I could have sworn I made tokens. Maybe I did and just didn't upload them to Owlbear. I really don't know. It's so weird. Like, I'm usually pretty on top of those things. It's
Okay,
not-
so we've never met him, but we've met his friend.
Okay. The only
I wasn't there for that first session, so
Yeah, we met her friend. She introduced us.
Oh, if you're assuming that this is Falthrax, then yes, you've met Nessa or Nisa or Lisa or this Hobag, whatever her name is, Loris.
Yes.
Loris
Loris.
Nis. You've met her. She's not there. I'm just showing you. That's who she is.
yeah.
You've met her. If you're assuming that that is Falthrax, yes.
Okay.
I really can't.
So I'm just gonna ask him, is your name Falthrax?
Yes, I believe so. This is all very confusing. I'm not entirely sure how I got here, to be honest.
Mission
Finally.
accomplished. We
So,
did
Go
it,
home
guys.
now.
Dun, dun,
Go tell your
dun.
friend you're home now.
you know Norris? Or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck her name was?
Loris, yes, she is a friend of mine from Candlekeep.
Yeah. So she sent us to come get you. You've been gone for a little bit.
I don't know what to say. Thank you. I remember arriving through a portal. I was investigating the plague, and I came across a book in the libraries, and a portal opened. I stepped through, and that's about all I remember until a few moments ago, when I appeared in that kitchen over there. And he kind of points back, and
Believe me, we totally get it. Opening a book and then magically being somewhere else. Like, we understand.
we've been there
Or
actually
like that.
multiple
Been there,
times
done
now. It's not new for us. It's like reading Rainbow in this bitch. Yeah, gotcha. Well, I guess I should thank you for finding me. Although to be fair, I didn't know I was lost until just now. But I think I need to sit down. And he's still addled. As the others are kind of trying to get back into their body, he's trying to essentially de-age himself. And the curse, Gorba and Glitter kind of had some time in their new forms to adjust and, to get their mind right. Falthrax has gone through this transformation twice in a very short period of time. A few days ago, he was this, and then he was transformed into this old, haggard, brain dead thing. And now he's back to normal. He's
I'm gonna ask Ilmar if he could make him a cup of tea.
Ilmar kind of he hears his name and comes out, and I must confess, you know I'm not an employee here, right?
Yes, please do this for us and sit
One
down
last
while we
favor,
go
one
and
last
check on Savari.
Sure, I suppose I can help. And he runs off to the kitchen, and you can hear him fiddling with stuff and potentially boiling water and all those other fun things. But
He's like, I kind of want tea too.
yeah, yeah. Ilmar is a spy. He is not supposed to be here at all. He's actually he's a harper. So
Oh,
You got finessed.
oh yeah, you guys never knew that. I had you
No,
all
we
roll.
never knew that.
Say that again, Kyle.
We never knew that.
Yeah, I had you guys roll perception to see if you would. I have him wearing a harper sigil across his neck like a necklace, and I had a couple of you roll perception checks to see if you noticed it, and you never did. So I guess you don't know. But yeah, he's
We know, but our
yeah. He doesn't belong here. He came to investigate because of Savari. He's an old friend of hers. Yeah, okay, so Falthrax is sitting, Glitter and Gorba are, talking with each other, kind of conversing with you guys. You guys are they're still getting used to their bodies. You can kind of hear movement now in the hallways as some of the customers or some of the guests seem to be like talking with each other and finding out what's going on. But whatever you guys like to do from here on is really up to you. That's the only like 3 surprises, I guess, that I got for you at the moment.
Hmm. Well, found Falthrax. We just now gotta go home.
Oh, should we go
Wait,
check
where?
in with Silvari?
Oh yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, we need her so she can transport us to teleport this area to where we need to go.
And then maybe we should explain to the other clients what happened here, and then take
They'll
a
be
break.
fine.
They'll be fine. Don't worry
Our
about
fun.
them. Oh, by the way, you've all been treated by hags for the last couple weeks. How long you've been here?
Right.
Um,
Sorry.
We have freed you. We accept donations.
you are free. All right. So,
We accept payment.
are you going to search out Silvari? Is that the plan? Or what are we doing? What are you doing?
That's my plan. Who
Okay.
else wants to?
Yep, I'll do that too.
Okay. Yeah. So let me do a couple things. While I'm moving things around. Okay.
You know what? How about we multitask? You guys go get to Lari. I'll go talk to the customers and then fill them in on the stuff that happened.
Wow, that's something. Okay. I will do this then. Let's go ahead and boop, that's gone. And boop, that's gone. If you guys are multitasking, anyone who wants to go talk to the customers, you can put yourself over in this area here. If you're trying to talk with Silvari, you can put yourself over here.
Wait, customers where?
Customers in the hallway.
Guests?
Silvari. Oh yeah, guests of the temple in the hallway, and Silvari over here. Where are we thinking Alaric's going?
Eeny,
Over with
meeny,
us.
miny, mo. Yep, there we go.
Okay, great. So we'll go down talking order. We'll do Adom, you're up first. So you and Kyle, you guys can decide what you want to do as far as what are we informing the guests of, and how are we going about it?
I guess we gotta relay the situation with y'all have been finessed by some Obasas, and there are no more. So
Yeah, let's just tell them the truth. We can't lie to them.
you gotta gather your things. Get ready to like stay here as long as you need to, but get ready to, I guess, venture out because you will no longer be really getting assisted.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no one actually that works here anymore. Funny how that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
is.
gonna relay that message.
It,
to the guests.
it may reopen in the future now that the rightful owner is back to normal.
All right. So what are we doing? We knocking on doors? We
fix all the doors, right?
Yep, all the doors are good. Everyone should be in their rooms waiting for food.
You know what? We should get them food first, and then we come back, tell them everything.
If we have a way, I'm with you.
Yeah. I'm. Let's go to the kitchen, get some food.
Okay. I don't even. There's a cooking skill. There's a whole feat for cooking. I'll just let you roll survival checks. You guys can either roll 2 individual survival checks, or you can combine them with advantage. I don't care.
You got any?
My survival is 5.
Mine's 3. You want to get advantage?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Get it.
So you guys are rolling over here with survival to go and gather food or prepare food or whatever. 23. Yeah.
Oh.
So Kyle, you've been in here before. You've actually searched this kitchen. As you come in here, you know, Ilmar is still brewing tea and is about to bring it out to Falthrax, who we now know. And but you both go into the kitchen. You realize that the place is full of poisons and dangerous things, but you know, there had to be things that the poison needed to go into. So there are plenty of fruits and vegetables and you know, there's things around. There appear to be doughs that are there for making bread. And it doesn't take you long, the two of you long, that to put a couple of platters together of fresh fruits and vegetables, you know, slicing and chopping with the, you know, pieces of bread and some cheese. And you prepare enough for, you know, everyone that can be there. It takes you a bit of time. But, you know, chopping vegetables, fruits and vegetables aren't that long. So by the time the bread is done cooking, you've essentially got it all done. So 15 or so minutes will get you all prepared and good to go, which is probably a good thing because you're going to need some decent rolls to convince the mobs not to be rowdy.
Yep.
So perfect. In the 15 minutes that you guys are baking, you guys are good. You can start bringing in, if you want Ilmar or Glitter or Gorba to help you bring stuff around, they are willing to help for the time being. But you guys are cooking and gathering the food. Evie, you are up next. We just entering into the bathhouse?
Yeah. I want to like kind of crack the door and like peek in real quick and then go in. Like, see
Yeah.
what's going on.
So the first thing you notice is actually the rather large water weird that has made its way into the bathhouse itself, and it's not alone. It seems to have brought its aforementioned family.
Please.
Yeah, little baby water weirds. Cyrena appears to be over kind of playing with the children, playing with the kids. They're all kind of swimming around each other and enjoying things. And in the far west corner, you can see what now appears to be a very beautiful moon elf who is petting and consoling and caressing the, you know, water weird that you know as Nessie at this point. You know, that's the name that Sylvari gave to her anyway. And she is there. Emmy, Alaric, you guys can, well, I guess not Alaric, but Emmy, you can move up there as well. I'll go ahead and move Alaric because why not? Yeah, Emmy and Evie, you guys can kind of lead the conversation with Sylvari.
Well, I see that the curse broke.
She looks up and smiles brightly, but you can see that there's still a lot of pain in her eyes. She is, unlike the others, she has obviously been cursed the longest, you know, the last 10 years. She has been under the effect of this hag's curse, and it's almost, you know, the smile doesn't meet her eyes. She has a very, you know, pun intended, stony gaze or stone look in her eyes, as you know, she's not even used to making eye contact. It's almost uncomfortable for her, but and her words reflect that. She confirms, yes, it appears the physical curse has been lifted. I should thank you for that.
I mean, it'll take you some time to feel any semblance of back to yourself, I'm sure, but I'm happy for you.
Happiness is not something that I know how to feel just yet, but I will say that it is much more comfortable in my original body than that of which I have been contained in for the last decade.
Fair enough. So, what now for you?
I do not know. I must admit I am conflicted. I could spend the next couple of years fixing this place, cleansing it of the evil that the hags have done to it in the last 10 years. I can rebuild the shrine to Suni in the back. I can rebuild and cleanse the tower, but I'm not sure if I could ever rebuild and fully cleanse myself, if I'm being honest. Or I could close these doors, walk away, and never come back. I do not feel as strongly for this place as I did when I created it, when I built it. I'm not sure if I'll ever be that person again.
Well, maybe you could recreate this place as the person you are now with Cyrena and Nessie and her little family.
Cyrena will be here regardless. These are her waters. They are connected below, and even if the temple were to fall into disrepair, the waters would be here, and she has other rivers and streams to frolic in if she so chooses. Nessie and her children, Nessie provided me great comfort for the last 10 years, 8 years or so, I think. I was by myself for 2 of them, but Nessie and her family don't belong here either. They stayed for me. Nessie did, and her children know nothing better. But they have places to go too. They should not be cooped up in a place like this. And I'm sure they'll visit me, of course. And Cyrena confirms, and the two children are still playing, and they don't know any better. Nessie kind of gives Sylvari a deep look as best as she can. I still do not know, but maybe what you say is true. Emmy, what are you looking for? How are you involved in this conversation?
There's always therapy.
She chuckles. And yes, of course, that is comfort is all I knew. How to comfort others was all I wanted to do. Being an acolyte of Suni, I wish to spread her message, that of beauty and of love, and not only loving others, but loving yourself. But what do you do when that is completely taken away from you? I do not know. How am I supposed to help others when I'm not sure how to help myself? Who should I turn to when I was the one that was giving comfort before?
Well, it's not a bad. I learned recently that it's not a bad thing to rely on others when you need it. She glances at Alaric and Amy.
No.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Bernadette. You can definitely have inspiration for that. That's very nice. Thank you for using the story in your conversation.
Evie's like tearing up.
Yeah, I was very
Again.
Bernadette's growing. You're all growing as players. It's fun to see. It's fun to watch. I guess what I would ask of both Evie and Emmy, and I guess Alaric as well, since Alaric is there, but less so. What is your ideal situation look like? What are you? Do you care? I guess what Sylvari does. It seems like you're both interested in her well-being to some extent, and maybe even the continuance of the temple. But what if you had to choose? Are you looking for her to reclaim the temple as her own and rebuild it and restructure it, or are you looking for her to move on? How are you? What are you trying to convince her of exactly?
I don't know about convince, but I think it'd be really awesome if she could like I was saying to her, like reclaim the temple, but like rebuild it to fit more who she is now after her experiences. Maybe instead of just like a spa thing like what we came into, it's more like kind of what Emmy was saying, like a therapeutic type of situation. Like help people who are struggling.
Right. Right. Love it. Emmy, how are you feeling? About the same or?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
It's a safe place for people to come and heal internally as well as externally.
Yeah. Go ahead and both of you make me a persuasion check. Emmy, you can have advantage for contextual reason. Evie, you can have advantage because Alaric is going to be there with you to support. Alaric has a 3 in persuasion, so if somebody wants to replace that your modifier with his, that's okay.
I have a 2. What do you have, Emmy?
I have a 3.
Okay.
Okay, so
Then-
I'll take it then.
Yeah, both of you can roll with advantage, and you can use Alaric's persuasion modifier of 3. All right. We'll circle back to you guys in just a moment to figure out what the rolls are like. Kyle and Adom, you have prepared the food. You have brought the food to the doors of the or to the guests. What exactly are we telling? What exactly are we telling them? What is your goal in this conversation?
Tell them the truth. I'll let them know.
I can't hear
Look.
you.
Oh, my bad. Hey, wait. Oh, that's backwards. How about now?
Better.
Better indeed.
Yeah, I was stretching, so I was away from my mic. But
Okay, so both of you are going like full on true status.
we ain't got to be like, hey yo, we killed them all type of thing. We'll just be like, look, there were some hags. We handled it. Like what would we call them? The sisters?
That's
Like,
what
do
they
they-
were
do
generally
they-
referred to here as like the sisters or the matrons.
Yeah.
Okay. So we tell them basically, okay, the sisters and the matrons have not been who they said they were. Essentially, they were deceiving you guys, and we kind of had to handle the situation. But essentially, there's no longer anyone here to take care of you guys. What we had to do is we made a feast because we understand you guys are hungry. But you guys are going to have to gather your belongings and potentially head out to wherever you came from or set out on your ventures. And just know that there's no one here to take care of you because that's done. We wish you the best. Good luck in your future endeavors.
I also hand out the letters that they were sending out
Oh, okay.
as proof as well.
Sure.
That they
That's
were
good.
lying to them. They weren't actually sending the letters.
Okay. I will allow you again. You're both going to roll persuasion. I will let both of you roll with advantage, Adam, because you have a plan, and Kyle for the letters. So both of you advantage rolls using your persuasion modifier.
Nice. I got 15.
Natural 20,
Okay.
Nice.
21.
Yeah, I mean, Adom begins as each of you kind of knock on doors and start handing out these platters of food. Gorba and Glitter, you know, they begin to help you as well. Gorba and Glitter's presence kind of almost make the guests uncomfortable at first. These are not people that they've recognized, that they've seen before. Obviously, neither of them they saw in either kobold form or in their true form. So, you know, they're a little confused. And Adom's words start to confuse them a little bit more. You know, you can see a couple, the merchant couple especially, they're almost terrified as to what's going on. They don't know what you mean by, you know, the sisters were not what they seemed. Some questions start being asked. Alric, you can see over here, begins to kind of tense up. You all know that he's a flaming fist. The halfling couple, they begin like whispering in the corner to themselves. But Kyle begins sorting through, he pulls out the letters, he opens his bag of holding and, requests that the letters come to him, and they do. And he begins sorting through them, and he recognizes some of the names on there. Especially that of like Alric and, a Merver and one of the couples, they've sent out letters as well. And they spend more time, it kind of all becomes real to them, I suppose. So Torin over here begins to, creep up just a little bit to overhear more. Maybe approaching Glitter as another elf, just trying to figure out what's happening, or to ask more questions. But you at least keep them from becoming aggressive. They're not going to mob up on you. They're not going to freak out. They do start expressing concerns. Obviously, they express that, they each entered the forest at different places. Some of them have been here for weeks. If they were to leave now, there's no telling how they would get out of the high forest and, where they would even go, where it could be a months long travel if they end up on the wrong side of the forest. So as all these questions are being asked, do you all have answers for them?
Out of character, did we confirm that it was the hag's power that they were able to transport the area, right?
It's not been confirmed one way or the other. No one really knew. No one really stated. All that was said was that the temple has a tendency to move from one place to another based on where it's needed. But as far as who controls the magic or how it's manipulated, that was never really confirmed one way or the other.
Maybe we could talk to Sawari about it, since she's the one that created this place. And I mean, if she can't influence that, then maybe we could take them to Candlekeep, where there's very magical beings that can help them get where they need to be.
Yeah, they're dead. Okay. Then I'll tell them that I don't know how to put it in words, but everything we just said, I guess. I don't know how to put it in words correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay to just, Kyle begins to, ask questions of himself as well, not fully understanding the magic. You can simply say, we're still trying to work out all of the changes that the sisters made. We're not sure if they were controlling the temple itself or whether the temple acts on its own, but as soon as we have more answers, we'll provide them to you. But for now, as Adom says, Adom kind of steps forward and continues on. For now, pack your things and be ready to leave, and is more, concerned with their safety, or more concerned about when we leave, you leave, essentially, more or less. Like we'll get you where you need to go if that's what it comes to. But or not, you guys can choose to leave them. I don't care what you decide, but I think that was the plan before, was that escort them if needs be. So each of them kind of, again, they're reading their letters, they take their food, and retreat back to their rooms before anything happens, or before anything else is said or done. But no one is freaking out, so congratulations, you did that.
Yay.
We did it.
Yay. All right, so Emmy and Evie, or one of you rolled like a 21 or a 22?
I rolled a 22.
Okay. Both of you together are able, your kind words are not, they don't fall on deaf ears. They are appreciated, and maybe in the convincing, you mentioned that, the job is not entirely over. There are still guests that need your help, that need our help now. They've been locked in their rooms all morning, and potentially that she could potentially help them. And you can see, you know, her whole demeanor changes as she understands, as she, you know, almost goes back into like matron mode. Like, this is my temple. Those should be my guests. And you know, she asks you, where are they?
They should be out in the dining hall area still.
Then I believe I have work to do. And she kneels down to Nessie, and again you see a caress as she pets, and you know, you can hear her whisper essentially, go take care of your children now, friend, and I'm sure I'll see you again soon. And you know, Nessie nuzzles up against her, but you can see that she does, and they disappear into the other area. And Sylvari and Cyrena kind of share a nod of thanks, and I'll be right back, or I'll be back soon. And Sylvari steps out, or continues to go back out into the dining area, the lobby. And she doesn't recognize anyone. She knows no one here. And but you see her start to address people. She introduces herself to Ilmar. She introduces herself to Falthrax. And she kind of begins to ask questions. You know, are you a guest here? How long have you been here? What area do you belong to? Blah, blah, blah. And after a brief conversation with these two, she continues on, and she does the same thing with Gorba, and she knocks on the door of each of the guests in turn and asks similar questions. Kyle and Adom, as the guests are kind of re-entering their rooms and you guys are discussing the plan going forward, you see for the first time a very beautiful elven woman, moon elf, step through and into the hallway. And she, you know, nods to both of you.
I bow, my lady.
She smiles, but like shakes her head, kind of in a fun way, not in a chastising way, but she shakes her head and then goes to the door, and continues talking to the guests. And Kyle, you and Adom, you hear the same thing as she addresses each of the guests. She assumes that these individuals are guests now. She speaks to Gorba and Glitter, you know, individually. They're not necessarily guests. She apologizes for what the hags did to them, but as they are not guests here, she doesn't necessarily feel as indebted to them, I guess, so to speak, as she is to people who are actually guests here, who she needs to take responsibility for. But she asks the same questions. You know, where did you come from? How long have you been here? And eventually she finishes up. She thanks you, Kyle and Adom, for providing her guests with food and sustenance. And she explains that this temple it's tied directly through to the power of Sunni. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. Sometimes the temple moves based on the season, right? If one part of the forest is in beautiful fall colors, it will go there. In the spring, it goes to where the most beautiful flowers are. You know, in the summer, it goes to where all the creatures are, things like that, where the water is coolest, that kind of thing. But she does have some control over it. And after a while, she gathers all of the people who have helped, or all of the people who have acted as employees, or so to speak. And that includes all of you. So we're just going to loop everybody up into the lobby for now. We'll go ahead and grab all of this for the time being. You guys can move yourself wherever you want. I'm going to move the other guests around, but Ilmar, as I should mention that as Ilmar finally sees Sylvari, and Sylvari sees Ilmar is the only face that she truly recognizes. This is the first time, so to speak, that I guess it's the second time There was a moment in the shrine when they briefly shared words, but this is the first time that Ilmar has seen Sovari in, over a decade as far as period, but now outside of her cursed form. And you can tell that there is obviously something there that is more than just a deep friendship. Whatever they shared together, or whatever they plan on sharing in the future, it's much more than maybe they initially both let on. And they're happy to have each other. Ilmar kind of shares everything that happened with Silvari over the last day or so as he's been watching. Each of them kind of share their story in turn, that for those who don't know it. But Silvari requests that they all stay until the guests are gone, and then they will arrange a way for you all to get home as well, if you would allow it. So it's up to you as a group. She can arrange for your departure now. However, she requests that you stay until all the guests are home.
I'm down to stay.
I'm with staying.
Same.
Same. let's party.
Okay. Then that's what happens. Falthrax requests that a letter be sent back to Candlekeep, to Loris, to let them know that that he is okay and that he'll be back soon. But over the course of the next week or so, Silvari managed to coax the temple into arriving at various destinations across the high forest. And so one by one, or rather group by group, each of the guests are dropped off in their respective locations. Over the week that it takes, the first day, Silvari spends her nights essentially praying to Suni, and each day she arrives back in the lobby area or back into the temple, much brighter and much happier for it. You guys spend the next week getting rid of various things. Kyle and Evie, you assist Silvari and Ilmar in calming Alder, the awoken tree in the garden. The tree had begun to become corrupt over the last 10 years due to the hag's magic, but Kyle and Evie probably having the most experience working with trees, and Evie being a druid, obviously. Silvari is... Say that again.
I give it hugs.
Yeah. You all are able to essentially very quickly, which is unusual for a tree of its age, but you're able to kind of reverse the effects of, or at least a lot of the effects of what the hag did. And although the tree will never go dormant again, you at least prevent it from becoming a force of evil or becoming a danger to anyone there. Maybe it's still a bit mischievous. Maybe every once in a while it'll move a branch out of, Kyle's way, but still, it's it is back to being a healthy, normal, awakened tree once more. Emmy and Alaric and Adom, you assist in beginning to clear some of the rubble out of the shrine in the back, or maybe out of the tower. Emmy, you spend some time at night praying with Silvari, as Silvari spends her nights praying to Suni. You spend your nights praying next to her to Saluna, and together your prayers are as answered as best they can be by the goddesses that you respectively pray to. And each morning the sun seems a little bit brighter over the temple. Life continues or begins to bloom again and continues to spread. And whereas before a lot of the beauty and the trees and the creatures were an illusion of sorts put on by the hags, true nature and true beauty and true creations begin to arrive at the temple again, and it's not a fake beauty anymore. It becomes a true beauty, and you each play your part over the week. Falthrax becomes stronger and is willing to help. Gorba, same with her. Ilmar begins to work in the kitchens and apparently has no plans of leaving anytime soon. And while the typical services of the temple are not being honored, right? The guests aren't getting massages every day. They're not getting their hair cut. They're not getting pampered and treated like little princes and princesses for the time that they're here for this remainder of the week as they get dropped off. They are left. They all leave with a sense of accomplishment. They feel like they've played a part in cleaning this up as well, and eventually they're all left. There's no one left but the initial party. Glitter goes on back to Waterdeep. Gorba goes back to where she is from, and all that's left is the party and Falthrax. And she informs the party that over the last week, Cyrena and the Water Weirds have agreed that if you so choose, they will use their magics to them along with Suni will use their magics to transport you directly back to Candlekeep. She advises you that it will probably be a little wet, but she can get you there pretty quickly if you so choose. The only request she has is that Falthrax requests from Candlekeep that the Price of Beauty, the book that she wrote decades ago about the temple and about Suni, is kept in a private collection for no more than 2 years as she continues to clean this place up and make hers again. And then after 2 years, it can be returned to the shelves, and hopefully her temple will be she'll be prepared to service guests once more. But she does relay to all of you that if you ever have need of her, or if you ever have need of the temple itself, you all are always welcome. And you know where to find the book, and you know how to get here. So.
No.
Is there anything else that you would like to ask or question or do here at the temple before? If you want to accept, you're more than welcome to accept. Again, we will transport you directly back to Candlekeep through a waterway, more or less. If you choose not to accept, you will be traveling back to Candlekeep, and that will require some time.
Should we travel?
I'm down for the waterway.
Waterways.
All right, that's
Which one transport out? Louisiana? Okay.
yeah, essentially, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right. So it seems like the waterway is accepted by the majority of the group. Anything you'd like to do before you leave the temple?
No.
No. Did we
No.
leave anything out? I don't.
Are we
think so.
forgetting anything?
I don't think so.
Jonathan, blink twice if we are.
I don't think you're forgetting anything. I mean, your primary goal was to find Falthrax. You did that. You've
Can
helped.
we ask him what did the book have to do with the plague?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, it's essentially what Loris alluded to when when Falthrax went missing. The plague is the plague is destroying nearly everything it touches. It's turning beautiful things into grotesqueries of themselves. It's corrupting naiads and tree nymphs and turning them into blights. It's corrupting entire mountainsides and food stores and making them unlivable and inedible. And it's essentially, turning the world ugly, so to speak. And so they were both Falthrax and Loris are acolytes of Suni. So Silvari is a cleric of Suni, and the two of them were acolytes of Suni, so essentially just followers, right? And they believed that maybe Suni would have an answer because as the goddess of love and beauty, maybe she would have something to fight against as far as, the plague. Something that's turning the world ugly. Maybe she would have something to turn it back to its beautiful state again. They didn't make it far, obviously, into their research before Falthrax was taken. So it's possible that they'll still discover something, but they'll probably have to search for another book.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. So directly, nothing, but indirectly, who knows? Cool.
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 Well, then that is it. Silvari and Ilmar escort you all to the bathhouse one last time. Sarina, Nessie, and the Water Weirds are already there, and they request you to step into the pool, which you do. And as you step in, they begin to circle you. Silvari begins to pray on the outside, and you can feel yourselves essentially being surrounded by a tunnel of water. And it starts softly as, the bathhouse doesn't seem to have that much water in it, right? You guys are hip deep as you're in the middle of the bathhouse. But that water begins to rise and rise and rise, and it covers your head. And, for the briefest second, there's a sense of fear, I guess you could say, as the water, is cutting off your air. However, it doesn't last long, and you are whisked away all the way to the beaches just outside of Candlekeep. And we've been here many times before, but you are essentially dropped off, if the thing will load, just to the north of Candlekeep. A little, actually, we'll say to this, well, if one of these will load, wherever there's a little outlet, either here at Candlekeep or maybe out here, wherever there's a little inlet of water that kind of trickles in, kind of like a little stream, that is where you are dropped off. And it doesn't take you long. Yeah, here's fine. It doesn't take you long at all to make your way a little bit soggy and a little bit wet, like a little, damp. But you're all in good spirits. You're all in health, and Falthrax is behind you. And so you arrive on the Lion's Way and travel just briefly west to the main gate of Candlekeep and arrive that same day. And that is where we'll end that chapter.
All right.
Did it.
Dun, 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 dun. You did it. Yay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So yeah, that is the end of the Price of Beauty. We will be taking a break next week from playing so that I can prepare the next chapter, which is called the Book of Cylinders. And as I mentioned, it could be incredibly short. I have no idea how long it's going to take you guys. So if I had to overestimate, I would say 4 sessions. So yeah, it's going to be even shorter than the one we just did, which is 7, I think, right? This was the 7th session, which is pretty quick. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. So is there any questions, comments, and concerns before we call it for this evening?
Not for me.
Thank you once again.
Always. I will say before we leave, it's only been a week. You guys have only been gone for essentially, I guess we'll call it 10 days. So you guys have been gone for 12 days, more or less. So not that long since you departed. You took the portal. You spent a night and on that night, everything happened, and then a 10-day later. So essentially, we'll say that this is the 12th day that you've been gone, and everybody arrives. So, yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. If that's all, then I will see you in 2 weeks. Like I said, I'll be prepping. So from 11 to like our normal time that we play, I'll be prepping on stream and in Discord. So you can watch my stream if you want spoilers, but I don't recommend it. And I'll be in the Discord. So if you have any questions, just pop in, ask, and we'll get it fixed. So
Cool.
cool. That's it for me then.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Adios.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, indeed.
Goodbye.
Bye. Alrighty. That is it. Helldivers 2. Maybe not today. I am tired. Need to go lay down for a bit. But yeah, I think that's it for me. Unfollowed. Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand. It happens. But yeah, I am tired. My head hurts. But we are going to go lay down. Reporting me to Twitch admin. Good luck. Good luck. Gonna get me banned like Dr. Disrespect for not playing a game. I think you're a little older than a minor. Just throwing that out there. Anyway. Good session. We finished everybody out. We went the full 4 hours, so that's fun. Mostly my fault. I think I was trying to make some moments more dramatic. So yeah. That's interesting. Like in ER. What does she mine? She's a miner of what? Cold. Yeah. So, like I said, her high school mascot is a miner. Nice. So yeah, we will be taking a break from playing next week. I will be streaming then to prep. So if you're interested to see the DM stuff, the stuff behind the screen, you're more than welcome to join. It shouldn't take me long to prep that chapter. Usually I spend a lot of time prepping. I really do. I look over things a lot. I try to verify some things. I'm getting better at not doing it because it seems like everyone enjoys the game a lot more when I don't prepare. So it's like, why am I putting in all the effort if I can just wing it and people are still enjoying themselves? But next week we will get all of the assets done for the chapter coming up. Book of Cylinders. We will create all the maps. We will go over the story and make sure that I have everything in place for the following week. So that's the plan for next Wednesday. Should be fun. I think the session takes place somewhere just north of Candlekeep, actually. I think it's in the Cloakwood. Is where the next chapter goes. I think this little inlet here is actually where the adventure takes place. More or less the premise is that there is a group of bullywug adjacent creatures. I forget what they're called. They're not bullywugs. They're like advanced bullywugs. Or maybe they're descendants of something like that, like a more evolved form of bullywugs. But essentially, they run a village north of Candlekeep where they do a lot of fishing and things like that. And so they provide a lot of the food to Candlekeep. And for the last for the last few days or few weeks rather. They're called Gripply. Gripply are the creatures, so that's fun. Gripply are like smarter bullywugs, but a Gripply village provides a lot of the food to Candlekeep, and over the last several 10 days, so less than a month, I guess, about a month, the Gripply have become less active, and they've stopped providing as much food to Candlekeep, and so they need to figure out why. And so in order to tie that into the plague, not plague. Now I don't know how to pronounce plague. I guess I just did. We'll tie that into the plague, essentially, where if it's corrupting the Cloakwood, the reason that the Gripplies have become less efficient or have started to produce less is because they're being attacked by a group of, I don't think it's lizard folk. It's I don't remember what they're called. Wanti. So Wantis are fun, but these aren't just any Wantis. They are going to be corrupted Wantis. So essentially the plague will have taken over them, and they'll have been working for essentially the big baddie that we're getting up to at the end of the campaign. I've already alluded to who the ending will be, or who the big bad guy will be. It's kind of like a throwback to a previous campaign that we've all done, which is kind of cool. But it's only a throwback really for 2 or 3 of the characters. Everyone else, it'll be new for them. But I think it's neat. So yeah, this will also be like the first real creatures that are going to be semi-intelligent that the plague has taken control of. So that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, that's the whole premise. So you can Wonder Trade again in 11 minutes. We'll go watch. There's a whole like stream for it. There's a whole stream. Actually, you know what? I can raid someone that's probably Mr. Pepper. Does Mr. Pepper do the I don't know if he does, but you can also go to Demon Riders and just hang out there for 11 minutes if you want to. But I think we will raid. We got like 6 viewers right now, so let's go raid Mr. Pepper. He's good people. He's doing some art. And everybody can chill doing that. There he is. So that is going to be it for me today. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time for some more some more Final Fantasy 12. We should be finishing that game in the next day or two. And then same thing for Friday. This Saturday, I will not be streaming, but Sunday we're going to be starting Tunic. Tunic will take us a couple of weekends to do. And then I'm hoping by next Monday, we'll be starting Final Fantasy 13. And then we're one game closer to being done. I think I averaged it out. And if I stream 4 days a week, stream 4 weekdays, so Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, like I normally do. If I stream at least 4 hours a day, I should be able to finish by the end of August, which is kind of the goal. So we're right on schedule. But yeah, that's it. So as always, I love you guys. Thank you for being here while you can. I do appreciate you, and I will see you tomorrow. Go say hi to Mr. Pepper for me. He's good people. And yeah, I'll see you later. Bye, everybody.